Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. We have a quorum, and it is 9 and a few minutes, so let's kick off today's session, Wednesday's session.
Good morning, distinguished members. I hope you're having a good morning so far. Today is Wednesday the 28th, and we continue the 172nd session of the Executive Committee of the Pan American Health Organization. Yesterday I had outlined the intentions up to lunch, and that remains, no changes. And so thank you again, and we will move right into item 4.2, scale of assessed contributions for 2024-2025. So I'd like to bring the document CE 172/13 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Ronnie Maza, Director of the Department of the Planning, Budget and Evaluation of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. Oh, he's right here. And of course, yield the floor to the head of this subcommittee, the President, Program, Budget and Administration, to report on the item. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to all.
So the president of the subcommittee would read the item first. Right. I thought it's.
Buenos días.
Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will now read the summary of the report by the subcommittee for point 2, scale of assessed contributions for 2024-2025. The subcommittee was informed that the scale of assessed contributions to be applied by PAHO for the 2024-2025 biennium would depend on the outcome of the discussions during the OAS General Assembly in June 2023, where the OAS member states will consider a new OAS scale for 2024-2025 and beyond. The subcommittee was also informed that in the event that no new OAS scale was adopted before the current session of the Executive Committee or before governing bodies for 2022-2023, the subcommittee expressed support for the approach proposed by the Bureau. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report on this item.
Now yield the floor to Mr. Maza to present the item. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Mr. President, Director, distinguished delegates, colleagues in health, I am pleased to introduce item 4.2, scale of assessed contributions for the period 2024-25. The proposed scale of assessed contributions for this period will be the third to be approved within the framework of the current PAHO Strategic Plan 2020-2025. The scale, along with the total level of assessed contributions set in the proposed program budget for 2024-25, determines the amounts to be paid by the PAHO member states. I'd like to note that the PAHO program budget 2024-25 does not include an increase in assessed contributions for PAHO quotas. In keeping with PAHO's constitutional mandate, the scale of assessments to be applied by the Secretariat for the years 2024-25 is based on the new OAS scale of assessments that was approved just last week by the OAS General Assembly. As such, when we were preparing this document, we did not have, as the chair of the PBAC reported, and now that we have the details, we will proceed to adopt that scale and apply it to the PAHO member states and participating member states. That is a process that we do here in the Secretariat. It's a matter of applying what the member states have already decided the OAS scales, and I understand some of the ambassadors here were in those meetings. And so we will do that process going forward so that for the directing council, you will have the resolution that includes the actual amounts that you will be contributing to PAHO based on that new scale. As such, we would like at this time just to note this situation. We are pleased to note that we will have no new scale. We didn't know that just when we presented this document to you, published about a month ago. And so you will see the details in the final version of the document for the Directing Council. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mazda. Now open the floor to the plenary for any comments, discussions. No? Okay, no comments. I suspect you have no other comment yourself, Director General.
No, thank you. Good morning. Always, the director of PB, Veroni Maza, informed you, and I think that I have also shared with the ambassadors, the real meeting, we are not presenting a proposal to increase assessed contribution this year, at least. But we had this change in the OAS assessed contributions, so we need to apply this for our organization. As was mentioned, we are reviewing the assessed contribution changes in the OAS, and we will present to the Directing Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General, Dr. Barbosa. And I would therefore like to inform the colleagues that the report is taken as given, as there is no final comments that has been, would require some adjustment or addition. So can we move on then to item 4.1, proposed program budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2024-25. I would like to bring document CE 172/12 and addendum 1 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Ronnie Maza, Director of the Department of Planning, Budget and Evaluation of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. Okay. And yield the floor to the President of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget and Administration to report on the item.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will now read the summary of the report. 4.1, proposed program budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2024-2025. The subcommittee reviewed and outlined the proposed program budget of PAHO for the 2024-2025 biennium, which called for an overall budget envelope of $820 million, including $700 million for base programs, a 3% increase with respect to the budget of 2022-2023. The subcommittee was informed that during the biennium of the Bureau's focus will shift from emergency response to the COVID-19 pandemic to sustained core technical cooperation. The subcommittee welcomed the Bureau's efforts to transition from emergency response to the post-pandemic recovery phase and voiced support for the program budget proposal and for the priorities identified therein. The priorities related to promoting integrated care, strengthening national regulatory systems, expanding regional production capacity, improving access to mental health care, strengthening genomic surveillance, revitalizing immunization programs, and focusing on primary health care were considered especially important. A greater focus on non-communicable diseases with a primary prevention approach was viewed as crucial. It was also considered essential to strengthen health systems and the health workforce in order to address the major disruptions in essential health services that occurred during the pandemic. It was also pointed out, however, that the WHO allocation to the region would account for 42% of the budget for base programs, and it was suggested that the Bureau should plan for potential gaps in funding. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report on this item.
I now yield the floor to Mr. Mazza to present on the item.
Thank you, Mr. President, and if I may use the podium this time. Thank you. Mr. President, Director, distinguished delegates, colleagues, I am pleased to give you an overview of the program budget proposal for the IM 24-25. As you will notice from the theme, recovering, innovating, and accelerating for progress for health and equity. This is considering, of course, the situation, the evolving situation, the context, the lessons learned, or Director Dr. Jarawa's vision on the commitment to efficiency, transparency, and accountability, and also taking into account that this will be the first program budget to be implemented after the declaration of the end of the pandemic, and the opportunities we have ahead to really innovate and accelerate while protecting the hard-earned gains in public health over the many years that the pandemic has indeed put at risk, and that the pandemic again exposed the inequities that lie in the region and within countries. And therefore, we saw it fit to bring that to the strategic direction on our collective efforts with member states and the Secretariat on taking bold actions moving forward on the health agenda. I'd like to note as well that this is the last program budget that will complete the implementation of the strategic plan that you approved in 2020-2025, and therefore the opportunity to accelerate progress and make efforts to achieve those targets that were committed for 2025, and also to move forward towards the not too distant 2030 SDG, or Sustainable Development Goal targets. Next slide, please. Here, we just wanted to, first of all, thank the members of the SPVA for the feedback as reported by the chair that you gave us. We took seriously, as we always do, of course, that feedback, but also the ongoing consultation that, that took place with member states as we built this program budget, bottom up, but in close engagement and collaboration with our member states and our teams across PAHO. First, you have indeed, the member states approved the WHO program budget with an allocation of the budget, but not just the budget, the program commitment that the region makes to contribute to the global health agenda through the WHO program budget. And of course, again, thank you for your continued support to ensure that we got an increase in the budget allocation. I know we have to work to fund that allocation. We continue with the prioritization process with our member states. Again, building on efficiencies, we were able to, as we reported 2 days ago, under the strategic issues document, we were able to do this process as we provided input for WHO, but we also used the input to build our own program budget that is before you now. At the time, as you will notice in the report, we say that 41 member states had achieved had completed the exercise. I'm pleased to note that since the data we report, which is in April, as of now, we got to 44 countries and territories of the 51 that we work with across the region. This number may seem just a casual number, but indeed it has required a lot of effort from our country office teams or country office representatives with the national authorities. I know some of you here have participated in the national consultations and the prioritization. So thank you again. We also completed the full document that is before you now. And you can see there the sections that we outlined. And I'll be highlighting some of those sections as I go through the following slides. Last but not least on that slide is the innovation, and in line with our director's commitment for increased transparency, we have developed now a digital platform where you can see details on the program budget, and I will give you some highlights of that as well. The next slide, please. Now, in terms of prioritization, I only want to highlight here the top priorities. Oftentimes we say that, you know, we need to focus on priorities. And here was another opportunity in 2024, in preparing for 2024-25, based on the lessons learned, based on the best practice that we have with you of prioritizing and where PAHO's added value can be, PAHO's technical cooperation added value. We had, again, over 80% of our countries and territories engage with us in reviewing where are the opportunities going forward on where you would want to see more emphasis from PAHO's technical cooperation. And this slide just shows the top 8 that were identified. And as you can see, on the top 3, I will just highlight, based on the conversations of the last 2 days, resounding topics like NCDs, risk factors, and mental health. This is in line with the situation that our countries and our peoples are living. Then you see integrated health service, quality health service, again, in line with a post-pandemic scenario that we need to rebuild and rebuild with resiliency. And then with resilience. And then we have, of course, ensuring that we don't lose sight that we need to constantly prepare for responding for future emergencies. And therefore, we're very pleased to see that these results, of course, they come from you, are quite in line with where you would like to see us working together, again, for an opportunity to accelerate progress and protect the gains while innovating. In the document, you have the full table with the 28 outcomes. And also, each country has their own prioritization, which we will use for operational planning, and also to inform the allocation of the budget. So this is important because not just to do prioritization for the sake of prioritization, but to inform, you know, first, the budget, as it is a results-based budget, and then as we mobilize resources to advocate for the resources for the high priorities, especially those that have been neglected for some time, and it's difficult to mobilize resources for, like NCDs. And of course, to continue working with you to focus the interventions so that we can have the best chance at driving impact for the benefit of the peoples of the Americas. Next slide, please. Here on the programmatic section of the document, you will see again that results approach. And as I was reviewing the document, I was remembering that our organization for this program budget is the 10th year that we have been doing prioritization with member states since 2014, when we work on developing the only prioritization methodology in public health that we know, at least in the WHO and the UN, which is the PAHO Hanlon method. And we developed that prioritization methodology with you, and some of you here in the room were telling me that you have participated in those exercises. And I remember some faces that were with us in 2014 developing that methodology in room B and room C of PAHO. That's history. Then focus results on the programmatic section again. PAHO introduced a results-based planning and budgeting since its strategic plan in 2008. So that's 15 years later. Here we are building on those very good experiences of the region and also seeing where we can improve. So the program budget proposal has 28 outcomes of the strategic plan with 120 outputs that really justify the resource envelope that you will see before you, and how we will measure performance, again, on how we deliver on that commitment to you with that request to approve that budget envelope, 143 output indicators to measure performance and report back to you. And again, of course, as you can see on the slide, we have that connection from what the Secretariat will do through the key interventions to how those should contribute to the results that we jointly commit to work with member states and our partners. The next slide, please. Here is the proposed budget envelope. And I just want to, again, clarify, it's always important that when we speak budget in PAHO, it's not equal to a funded budget. It is an envelope that we come and present to you based on a costing that we do on the programmatic proposal that we will then have to fund, or we have to bring the real money behind it. Here, as you can see, I decided to include there the initial proposal that was approved for this biennium in 2022-23. And in the middle, you have the column with the revised budget proposal that you approved last year at the conference. Because of the evolving situation, we needed to increase the budget halfway through the biennium. That's very unique. It was the first time we did it. And WHO had also increased its budget. And that middle column there reflects, therefore, the increase of $39.5 million that we needed to incorporate in base budget. And as monies were flowing in to respond to the pandemic, primarily and other emergencies, we also increased the budget to about $200 million. So based on that, and looking forward on the situation, we saw the need to increase the base budget, as you can see with the blue bar, by about $20.5 million, very modest increase, understanding that there are shifts from the emergency response to a more sustained technical cooperation approach. And we reduced the special programs, or the part in orange, because again, that the funding for the pandemic, of course, as we close, is also coming down. And we expect, therefore, that some of that funding, as we continue to take the opportunity to mobilize resources, will help us also to fund the base programs. Important to highlight that based on our analysis, this is, again, a realistic proposal. A 3% increase in base programs is for us to continue responding to the demands of technical cooperation and needs of the countries. A country-focused approach where our director decided, based on the situation and commitment to putting countries at the center of our technical cooperation, that over 80% of the increase will go to countries. And then aligned. This proposal is aligned with that transition of technical cooperation that's required, with the prioritization that we have done with member states, results-oriented, so it's not just a budget for the sake of budget, but rather responding to the needs, and then, of course, the financial outlook that we have analyzed. Next slide, please. Now here also in promoting a more integrated approach and interprogrammatic technical cooperation, we have consolidated the 28 outcomes into what we call outcome clusters, so that you can see that integrated approach and where the shifts are also in terms of the budget. In line with the prioritization, you can see here the outcome clusters that we'll see, all of them will see an increase, especially in those that were with high priorities or medium priorities. And of course, our commitment to efficiencies and continued building on the innovations through the leadership, governance, and enabling functions. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of how we expect this program budget to be financed, and again, this is what we expect at this time. This is based on the surest commitment we have, and then we want to highlight the value of the PAHO assessed contributions. As you can see there, 194 remains flat for another biennium. That represents 28% of the program budget, and that's, member states, perhaps the surest or the most certain funding we have at the beginning of the biennium. And the most quality funding, because that is the one that allows us really to respond to your priorities. Then we have the miscellaneous revenue from investments, the PAHO voluntary contributions or commitment to mobilize more in voluntary contributions, to continue exploring and building partnerships, and also the WHO allocation, which as noted already in the report of the PBAC, we saw an increase there of 1% in the AMRO allocation from WHO. Now, that is the part that is really just a budget space. From our experience and the trends that we have analyzed, the WHO allocation is usually funded about 70%. So when we have that shortfall, what we do is that we, of course, PAHO, will compensate with additional resource mobilization efforts to fill the gap. At the end of their commitment is when you approve that budget of $700 million, is that one budget, one program that we need to fund, and that's a PAHO commitment. Next slide. I wanted also to highlight this point that was mentioned by our director and in the financial report as well, on how important it is to have your assessed contributions and timely payment, because as I said, that is the funding that really allows us to respond to the priorities and our commitments to you. You can see here from this graphic that while the budgets have generally increased in terms of budget envelopes, as you can see there, the top figure, the assessed contributions have remained flat since 2012-2013. There was a slight increase, as you can see, from 2008 to 2012-13. At that time, every 5 years, we were seeing an increase, and for the last 10 years, we haven't seen that. What that really means is that in real terms, we have less than $50 million with the accumulated inflation. And that's a very modest estimate, by the way. So instead of 194, we will be operating with 144 million. If you look at that percentage now, that percentage went down to about 21% of the total budget. That's the situation that we don't want to be in going forward. I think we need to look at that, and if that is really, and I think the COVID evaluation makes a point about PAHO's funding model, if that is sustainable, and if with that level of proportion of flexible funds, we can really continue to respond to the demands in technical cooperation. A point to continue analyzing, and we ask you that we will continue bringing this back to you. Next slide, please. Now, just a glimpse of the new digital platform that we've developed. In trying to make this program budget document, which was quite a large document in the past, and bring some efficiency and innovation, we produced the main document as before you, but the details about programs, countries, we put it in this, on this site. Next slide, please. Here you will see, and Mr. President, at the time when we put this slide, we didn't know you were the president, of course, of the executive committee, but please, it's Jamaica that we put here. And you can see here from the increased budget, you will see the budget figure based on the budget policy that PAHO has. You will see the shifts in the budget to countries, and then budget space again, not funding. Our commitment is to mobilize the funds to fill that. The prioritization results that were done with the country, and then you will also see details about how we will work with the country and links to the health situation in the country and so on. Just a snapshot. You can visit the website that we put the link there on the document as well. And please send us your feedback. We're building this so that we can have the final version for the Directing Council. The next slide, please. So with that, I would just like to ask and invite the committee to consider the proposal and provide us with any comments, feedback that can help us to continue to finalize this document that will go to the Directing Council. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mazda. A lot said and a lot to think about. So I'm sure members may want to have some comments. The plenary is now open for discussion. Anyone? I recognize the member from Argentina and then the United States.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. Argentina takes note of this report. We agree in saying that the 2024-2025 biennium will be key in order to channel the efforts of the organization towards the recovery of health systems in the region of the Americas, based on the principles of equity and solidarity. Likewise, we believe that measures, very well-focused measures, have to be developed considering what works well, what does not work well, what could be differently, bearing in mind the regional and global context and the lessons learned from the pandemic. Argentina supports a priority mentioned in the document, and in particular those related to the promotion of integrated healthcare and strengthening national regulatory systems, expanding regional protection capacity, the improvement of access to mental health, strengthening of genomic surveillance, a revitalization of immunization programs, focusing on primary health care, and the digital transformation of systems. We are especially grateful for the support provided by the regional office and the country office in order to hold the consultations and develop the prioritization process for the strategic plan 24-25 through the Henlon method that concluded last year in our ministry after the review of each one of the lines and conducting a consolidated analysis of the priorities and the results, the outcomes, which was something very timely for our national portfolio. It seems to us that these priorities will contribute in order to expedite the progress towards the attainment of the goals set in the Sustainable Health Agenda for the Americas 2018-2030 and in the Sustainable Development Goals. Likewise, Argentina states that we have to work in order to raise the hope in the region that was reduced in 19 and 21, as pointed out in the document, reducing the life expectancy. We're certain that all these efforts will strengthen national interventions aimed at restoring the recovery after the pandemic, basing things on the lessons learned. Therefore, we believe that it is quite relevant to support the proposed budget on the Pan American Health Organization 24-25. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. The United States of America, followed by Canada.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States thanks the Bureau for this program budget and all the work that went into it, including the explainer developed with WHO and posted on their online budget website discussing the alignment between PAHO and WHO on planning and budget. We are glad to see continuing strong coordination with WHO in these areas as a way to share best practices and ensure strategic frameworks are fully aligned. I think a good example is the PAHO online budget platform that you previewed for us that is quite clearly a shared work with WHO in sharing best practices between the two organizations. We appreciate the extensive prioritization process, and we appreciate that proposed increases across the budget are targeted to high and medium priority areas. We note, though, that Outcome 12 on communicable diseases and outcomes 23 and 24 on health emergencies remained ranked high in prioritization, but that they are slated to only receive a 1% to 2% increase compared to the previous biennium. And so is there a reason that this is lower than the average of the increase of 3% for the budget, since those are rated high priority? Looking at lessons learned, has the Bureau identified any areas of focus that can be merged or reduced in order to further increase efficiency based on the prioritization exercise launched last November and input from member states that helped inform the proposed program budget? And in addition, how will the Bureau prepare for any potential gaps that have been discussed in actual funding received for this coming year in order to avoid using resources from unrestricted funds, so as planning out the budget for that? Separately, we note that Agenda Item 7.1 provided an update on the COVID-19 pandemic in the region of the Americas. So complementing that discussion that we had on Monday, does the Bureau have a plan in place for how to incorporate some of those lessons learned raised specifically in that report into future strategic planning and program budget formulation? And then with respect to financing of the budget, we note the increase in the WHO allocation for the Americas, and we certainly appreciate the higher AMRO allocation, however, noting that it is lower than the increase for most other WHO regions. And we've had some discussions of that already, including at SPBA. But one potential additional piece, noting that the WHO plan with the increase in assessed contributions is to ensure sufficient funding to the high priority areas, is part of the reason that AMRO is receiving a lower allocation, because has PAHO been doing better at having sufficient funding to those high priority outputs that WHO identified, and is that part of the reason that AMRO resulted in having a lower allocation, or are there some other reasons that you could help identify so that we can have a better idea of that moving forward? Thank you very much.
Exactly 3 minutes. Thank you very much. A lot of questions. Very good. Canada, please.
The pressure is on now. Canada thanks the Secretariat for the proposed program budget and recognizes the importance of this budget, as it will be the last under PAHO's strategic plan and will aim to reflect the post-COVID-19 transition. It will be important to ensure that resource allocations adequately reflect regional health needs, noting that we are at a critical juncture to take decisive corrective action to accelerate progress, particularly on those areas at risk, and to meet our collective objectives as set out in the strategic plan. We appreciate PAHO engaging member states in priority setting and note the prioritization of the 28 outcomes have remained relatively intact, with strengthening information systems for health emerging as a new priority. as a new high priority. And with respect to changes in budget allocation across these outcomes, we appreciate the principles being applied and see that there have been no decreases in funding for any of them, which will hopefully allow for continuity across these outcomes over the coming biennium. Canada continues to believe that an essential step is to identify and seek to close gender gaps throughout the full range of PAHO's programming. To this end, fully resourcing gender equality expertise throughout the organization, including in country offices, is critical to delivering on PAHO's mandate, in addition to continue increasing budget allocation to determinants of health and cross-cutting themes cluster and mainstreaming gender equality throughout all programs. We see WHO's allocation to the region will correspond to 42.2% of the PAHO budget for base programs, which continues to be a significant portion. We remain cautiously optimistic in WHO's increased allocation to the region, particularly when we consider the newly approved WHO program budget with the increase of 20% in ACs. Recognizing this increased flexible funding, we will continue to urge and work with the WHO to provide AMRO with its full allocation. Finally, we want to commend PAHO on the enhancement of the evaluation function as a way to strengthen organizational learning. From the evaluation on PAHO's response to COVID-19, we encourage PAHO to consider and integrate this proposed recommendation that the organization should diversify its funding model to ensure it is fit for purpose during normal times, and crisis periods. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I see no other indication of any other contribution, so I hand back now to Mr. Mazda to respond to comments.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to our delegates from Argentina, USA, and Canada for their comments, questions, and feedback. First of all, we're very happy that you appreciate and that those consultations really turned into concrete results that help the organization to continue building on its best practices for joint planning, prioritization, and budgeting. On the specific questions, allow me to clarify first on the outcomes that, as requested by the delegate to the U.S. on outcome 12, the issue we have with the current structure is that, as you will see, in some outcomes they're very detailed and some of the budget has been integrated into other outcomes that are broader in scope. For example, outcome 12 and 17 go together, so we'll need to look at those two budgets together and see that at the end of the day we're protecting indeed and the commitment. The other fact, and outcome 4, which is also the response to the communicable diseases. So when you look at the clusters, that's why we did the clusters, so that we present that holistic view and not look at line by line, which doesn't help with seeing where we are investing really from a programmatic point of view. And the way we work with countries is really in that manner. We don't have lines like that in the countries with the programs. They're more integrated programs. The other factor is that, so as a cluster, there's a 3% increase when you look at the cluster for communicable diseases. The other factor is that, and also for emergencies, what you will see is that the revision we did for this current program budget, those were the 3 outcomes that had the biggest increase. If I recall correctly, about 25 million of the 39.5 went to those 3 outcomes related to emergency preparedness and response. So we already had seen an increase based on the review that was done, of course, by WHO. And so the increase we're seeing is on top of the additional needs that we saw planning forward, because we had done already. Coming back to the WHO allocation first, thank you for continuing to advocate. What I can say is that that figure is really more historical, and I think the DG, the Director General, at the PBAC earlier this year in January, and the EB, member states also highlighted that question of the historical nature of the allocation of the budgets. And he, as part of these discussions on sustainable financing, And his response was that it was to member states, really. If they wanted to review those allocations by region, there should be a discussion. I think the last discussion on that was on the strategic budget space allocation, which took place if my memory serves me right, around 2015-16. And I think at that time Mexico presided that group in WHO. And since then, there hasn't been a review of the strategic budget allocation of how much should be assigned to the region. Now, with the caveat that budgets are, of course, an envelope, we welcome the increase, although it's still, relatively speaking, the smallest among regions. And what we advocate for is to fund it. It's already smaller, so we ask again, so it should be better funded. And because the other regions are usually close a biennium with over 90% of the funding of their budget of WHO. And so in that equitable approach that we are, or more equity, as our director has requested as well, and you continue to advocate, is that recognizing that's already smaller, it should be funded. The answer is because they don't have enough flexible funds. So with the increase in assessed contributions, we see an opportunity now that the region then can get its fair share or fairer share from that budget. I think it's an important discussion. For now, we would advise respectfully that we focus on financing what they have approved, and for future deliberations on the next strategic general program of work, and as we look at more sustainable financing, we should continue looking at the budget space as well, in order to respond to technical cooperation. Yes, indeed, the PAHO factor is part of the discussion when they're looking at our budget. As you see, our budget is $700 million, not $300 million. That's because we have PAHO presence, and with the PAHO presence, we're able to respond on the ground in the countries, and therefore, but that should not penalize the region, and that's a point that it should always be present in discussion. The other point there is that the chronic underfunding of programs is really, it's not particular to global, it's also in the region. The example is the NCDs and risk factors. That is always top priority, but it usually has lower funding than other programs. The point is not about diminishing the funding for other programs, but rather reaching a reasonable funding or the necessary funding so that we can respond to the technical cooperation needs. We have some opportunities in the region through the flexible funds that we have in the region and our own resource mobilization, where we have an opportunity when we have the flexibility to direct PAHO funds to compensate when WHO funds don't come. So that helps us, and you will see that while in some areas it's similar, in some areas we can, because we have the flexibility with the PAHO funds to improve the funding of other programs. I think the other points are about how we continue building on the lessons and efficiencies. We have looked at that. The document provides a synopsis of that. We are looking, of course, across enabling functions, but not just enabling functions, across how we deliver technical cooperation in more innovative ways. During the pandemic, there were several innovations on how we work with countries, how we work with collaborating centers, how we work more interprogrammatically, and how we work, of course, with new technologies, including the virtual world. So we'll keep looking at that and be reporting back to you as we report on implementation of the program budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maza. And at this point, I'm sure the Director General, Dr. Barbosa, will have some comments. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, I really appreciate the very good comments from Argentina, United States, and Canada. I think that Director Maza has explained all the questions that were raised, but I just want to make some to make comments about some important topics. First, that it's important to have this prioritization process because things changed during the pandemic. I think that when you see the programs that were prioritized now and we compare with the exercise, the prioritized exercise before the pandemic, some clearly now we are reflecting more the new priorities that emerged during the pandemic, such as mental health, information system for health and digital transformation that were also on the bottom, at the bottom of the priorities. So this change, and I think that to have this dynamic process with member state participation is really very important. The second thing is that we are providing this cluster approach, because I'll tell you one truth. Even with the many, many years that I have been working in public health, sometimes I don't understand what are the difference between one program and the other program. Because you know that you have 80 priorities programs. So maybe I am calling your attention for that, because with this cluster approach, I think that we can more clearly view communicable diseases, non-communicable disease, mental health, emergencies, information system, health service, so in a more, I don't know, transparent, let's say so, approach. But this also calls our attention that next year we will be discussing the new strategic plan for 26 to 30, and it will be very important to implement the lessons that we learned during this strategic plan 2025. So I think that's important. A second topic is about just to call your attention about the increase that we are proposing in basic programs, and as was highlighted during the presentation, 81% of this increase will be directed to strengthen our country presence. So I think that 81%, sorry. So this is, I think that a clear indication that we are prioritizing our country presence, because we recognize that at the country level, working with the Ministry of Health, the health authorities, that we really can implement all the public health priorities that are approved by our member states during our governing body meeting. About WHO allocation, I think that we now have a good opportunity, because when we discuss making a more equitable distribution with the same budget and the funds that we have, to get more money for UNRWA means reducing funding for any other region. And it's not easy. You know that it's politically not easy to do that. But now we have an opportunity, because we have a 20% increase. And the Americas is responsible for 40% of the new funds that are coming to WHO. Of course, that we cannot ask for 40% of these funds, but the WHO now has some room to make a better arrangement about the distribution. Of course, that we welcome the increase that we have had, and I publicly acknowledge that to DG, to the Secretariat in WHO. It's also important that our member states advocated very, very firmly during the debate in the Executive Board, in the World Health Assembly, that we really need a more equitable distribution. The Americas cannot be punished because we have the PAHO and UNRWA at the same time, because this was a decision made by member states. The member states are responsible, and when they made this decision, they pay an assessed contribution to PAHO too, so they cannot be punished for this specific situation. And this situation is what allows us to have a totally different country presence than other regions in the world. For this reason, we can deliver, I think, that a totally different technical cooperation in other regions. I think that you know that some regional offices, they are not able to provide technical cooperation. All the technical cooperation to the countries, Geneva is providing technical cooperation. I think in this region, I think that we have a better alignment about the three levels. Geneva is making all the global decisions, the standards, the norms, the general technical guidance, but the technical cooperation is provided by the regional office together with the country office. It's an exception to have some people from Geneva that need to go to a country in our region, because in general we have capacity here. This should be the same model for other regions. It does not make sense for me to have only six persons in Afro dealing with neglected tropical disease, and to have 120 in Geneva. So when a country in Africa needs something about neglected tropical disease, we need to send a team from Geneva to that country. This, I think, that's not the efficient way to handle the organization, and I really appreciate I think that this movement that the Director General is making to strengthen the country presence, because I think that this is the way that I think we need to have WTO aligned, the three levels, aligned with a very clear role in the future. So thank you for all these questions. I also appreciate this mention made by Canada about gender equality. And I think that it's important to recognize that the generous offer from Canada to support an assessment, an evaluation, about the equity progress in the region, so we can review what are the initiatives, the policy, what have changed, what are the good practices, how we can incorporate, as you mentioned, the gender equality perspective in all technical cooperation that we are delivering to the Council. Thank you for these very important comments that you have made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. A lot said on this issue, very, very important issue, of course, so I want to just thank all who have contributed. If there are no other interventions, I'm going to ask our rapporteur to present the proposed resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will read the proposed resolution. Proposed resolution. Proposed program budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2024-2025, the 172nd session of the Executive Committee. PP1, having examined the proposed program budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2024-2025, document CE 172/12. PP2, having considered the report on the 17th session of the Subcommittee on Program Budget and Administration, document CE 172/4. PP3, noting the efforts of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to propose a program budget that takes into account the socioeconomic considerations, the priorities for technical cooperation identified with member states, and the joint responsibility of member states and PASB in achieving public health mandates. PP4, bearing in mind Article 14C of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization and Article 3, paragraphs 3.4, 3.5 of the Financial Regulations of the Pan American Health Organization, resolves OP to recommend to the 60th Directing Council the adoption of a resolution along the following lines. Program budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2024-2025. The 60th Directing Council, PP1, having examined the program budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2024-2025, official document. PP2, having considered the report of the 172nd session of the Executive Committee, document CD 60/PP3, noting the efforts of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, PASB, to propose a program budget that takes into account the socioeconomic considerations, the priorities for technical cooperation identified with member states, and the joint responsibility of member states and PASB in achieving public health mandates. PP4, bearing in mind Article 14C of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization and Article 3, paragraphs 3.5 of the Financial Regulations of the Pan American Health Organization, resolves OP1 to approve the program of work of the Pan American Health Organization with a budget of $700 million for base programs and $120 million as a placeholder for special programs as outlined in the program budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2024-2025, official document. OP2, to encourage all member states, participating states, and associate members of the Pan American Health Organization to continue to make timely payments of their assessed contributions in 2024 and 2025 and of arrears that might have accumulated in the previous budgetary periods. OP3, to encourage member states, participating states, and associate members to continue advocating for an equitable share of the World Health Organization's resources, and especially for WHO to fully fund the budget space allocated to the region of the Americas. OP4, to encourage member states, participating states, and associate members to make voluntary contributions that are aligned with the program budget 2024-2025, and, where possible, to consider making these contributions fully flexible and unearmarked. OP5, to approve assessed contributions for the biennium 2024-2025 in the amount of $225.5 million, composed of A, $194.4 million in net assessments of member states, participating states, and associate members, which requires no increase over the last approved amount of net assessed contributions, $194.4 million, and B, $31.1 million as a transfer to the Tax Equalization Fund as indicated in the table below. OP6, in establishing the contributions of member states, participating states, and associate members, assessed contributions shall be reduced further by the amount standing to their credit in the Tax Equalization Fund, except that credits of those states that levy taxes on the emoluments received from PASB by their nationals and residents shall be reduced by the amounts of such tax reimbursements by PASB. OP7, to finance approved base programs in the following manner and from the indicated sources of financing. Item 4.1, sources of financing, assessed contributions from PAHO member states, participating states, and associate members, $225,550,000. Less credit from Tax Equalization Fund, $31,150,000. Budgeted miscellaneous revenue, $14 million. PAHO voluntary contributions and other sources, $196 million. Funding allocations to the region of the Americas from the World Health Organization, $295,600,000. Total, $700 million. OP8, to authorize the director to use all sources of financing indicated above to fund the program budget 2024-2025, subject to the availability of funding. OP9, to request the director to prepare a report on the expenditure amounts from each source of financing and against the 28 outcomes outlined in the program budget 2024-2025 to be presented to the governing bodies in 2026. That is everything, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will now yield the floor to the plenary for any discussions, any comments. I see none, which is a good sign. Therefore, having observed no objections, I will therefore declare the resolution adopted.
Now we are going to
Okay, so I'm being advised that we will move, with your permission, of course, to contrary to yesterday's announcement, to items 3.3 engagement with non-state actors, while the committee dealing with the Health Services and Leadership 2023 Award finalized their recommendation. So it is being recommended that we do items 3.3, and then we take a break, and then we come back to the announcement of that award and then continue, as was announced last evening. Do I have an agreement on that? I see no objection, so thank you very much. So I'd like to bring documents CE 172/6. This is items 3.3 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. Heidi Jimenez, legal counsel of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. She's right here. Thank you very much. And the president of the subcommittee to report on the item, the president of the Program Budget and Administration Subcommittee.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will read the summary of the report. Item 3.3, engagement with non-state actors. The subcommittee considered a report on the steps taken by PAHO to implement the framework of engagement with non-state actors, known as PHINSA, during the past year. The subcommittee was informed that in 2022, the Bureau conducted over 200 standard due diligence and risk assessment reviews, 97% of which were approved. In addition, as it had done throughout the pandemic, the Bureau continued to conduct expedited due diligence reviews for emergency activities. The Bureau also continued to enhance training on PHINSA, training for all staff, and has developed an online tool for that purpose. The online tool will be made available externally for use by member states to guide engagement and manage potential risks and conflicts of interest with the non-state actors. The subcommittee welcomed the Bureau's efforts to increase engagement with non-state actors and applauded its consistent and uniform application of PHINSA. The framework was considered an important tool for ensuring transparency and engagement with non-state actors and for protecting the integrity, independence, and reputation of the organization. It was pointed out that the number of due diligence and risk assessments conducted in 2022 was lower than in 2021, and the Bureau was asked to comment on the reasons for that reduction. It was also asked to indicate whether, given resource constraints, it is always considered essential to conduct reviews of engagements that are deemed to be low risk. In response to those questions, it was explained that the number of due diligence and risk assessment reviews had surged in 2020 and 2021 as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. While the number declined in 2022, it remained higher than the number of reviews conducted prior to the pandemic. She also explained that the Bureau considers it necessary to continue to conduct simplified reviews of low-risk engagements in order to ensure that it can identify any potential risks, such as any involvement of a non-state actor with the tobacco industry. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report.
Should I yield the floor now to the plenary for any comments? The floor is open. United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States appreciates the Bureau's efforts to increase engagement with non-state actors to benefit the region. We note that PAHO conducted due diligence and risk assessment reviews for more than 200 engagements, about 100 engagements less compared to 2021. With the end of the COVID-19 public health emergency, what is the workload trajectory for 2023? We appreciate the Bureau's continued use of an expedited process for engaging non-state actors in emergency situations, including COVID-19 and MPOX. Has the Bureau discussed streamlining the rapid response approach to all engagements with non-state actors to reduce processing time for future emergencies? We also appreciate the Bureau's efforts to increase the efficiency of processing due diligence and risk assessment reviews. Could the Bureau provide additional information on whether the new online training course for PAHO personnel has increased efficiency in processing reviews by promoting a better understanding of PHMSA procedures and provisions? Based on input that we have received from a wide variety of non-state actors in the WHO context, there appears to be a significant problem with the implementation of PHMSA, which is resulting in limiting the productive engagement of non-state actors. Is the Bureau receiving similar feedback, and what steps is the Bureau taking to address these concerns? Finally, referring to the final sentence of paragraph 8, can the Bureau please share with member states the few instances where engagement was not recommended because of conflicts of interest that could not be mitigated or managed? Thank you.
Thank you very much, the United States, and I now yield the floor to Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Argentina takes note of the report, and this delegation commends the organization for applying PHMSA in a cogent way, mindful of the PAHO's legal framework and institutional framework our country has promoted since it was approved in May of the collaboration with this agreement for collaboration with the non-state actors. That's why we think it's very important for us to interact with non-state actors, philanthropic organizations, academic organizations, especially on strategic areas of the organization, as access to essential medicines and others. We also appreciate the effort done by the focal points of PHMSA, offering guidance to staff about the possible opportunities for collaboration. And it's also very important for there to be close coordination between the Bureau and the WHO. Now, regarding collaboration with the non-state actors, we do agree that this is important to offer support to member states and to comply with the organization's mission. In this process, it's vitally important that due diligence be followed, as well as risk assessment. We agree with the process described in the document, and we also agree with the focal point, PAHO's focal points role. Now, a simplified process regarding COVID-19 and other health emergencies, such that the procedures can be made more nimble. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina. I see no other indication of an interest in commenting, so I now turn the floor to Dr. Jimenez, President, for her comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you to the United States and Argentina for their comments. I'd like to specifically reply to all the questions. So as far as the workload for 2023, as the report mentions, in 2020 and 2021, we saw an increase in the workload, and it was definitely attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic. This year, we have seen a decrease. Still, the number of reviews that we are performing are higher than the pre-COVID numbers. We anticipate that the number of reviews will level out, but we will still anticipate a continued increase in the consultations as we work forward. I think that the COVID-19 had an impact on our relationships with non-state actors, a positive impact, and we will continue reviewing and receiving more consultations during this year, but not at the height that we received during 2020 and 2021. The streamlining of procedures for emergencies is specifically addressed in the rules of FENSA rules. I can stand to be corrected, but I think it's Article 73 of the rules that provides that the Secretariat can implement streamlined, quicker reviews for non-risky engagement, for low-risk engagements. We did that. In fact, we established a 48-hour turnaround during FENSA for low-risk engagements, and we found that to be extremely helpful. We will continue to implement those efficiencies, those streamlined procedures, particularly with non-high-risk engagements. The online training course was put in place specifically to address some of the concerns that we were hearing from WHO. The online training course is finished. We are now in the last review. We're doing piloting with our internal piloting with our staff to make sure that the course is fit for purpose, let's say. For example, I looked at the course a couple of weeks ago, and I felt that it was too fast, that the explanations were given too fast. So we're doing sort of last-minute touch-ups, and we anticipate that we're going to be launching it in the month of July. So that is very, very, I think it's going to be a very effective tool. In addition to that, we are making an effort to continue in-person training with our staff, not only here at headquarters, but with our country representatives. We have already done a number of them using Teams, virtual training, and we have found those to be extremely effective, and we have received, if I may say so myself, high praise from the country representatives. We have heard of some of the concerns from WHO, and again, from our perspective, we find that those concerns have not been reflected for our region. Nonetheless, I know that WHO is taking action. They just recently convened a focal point meeting in Geneva this past March. We attended that focal point meeting. It was very well attended by all the WHO country focal points, not only in Geneva, but throughout the world. And PAHO made a presentation. We made a presentation as to our processes to help them in their implementation of their own in the processes. So to say that we're collaborating closely with WHO, and we find that our exchanges are actually very productive. Paragraph 8 of the report regarding some of the examples of engagement that we have recommended against, essentially and mainly deal with connections with the tobacco industry. I'm not going to give you the specific examples of the entities because this information is sometimes sensitive, but I can guarantee you that all of them had to do with ties to the tobacco industry, whether it be by receiving money from the tobacco industry or having members in their boards that are company tobacco industry members. And those are definite unacceptable engagements for PAHO. So those are essentially the ones that we have said no. There are other instances of conflict of interests, but those are the minority, because with conflicts of interest, we try to manage those interests. We normally do not reject it, but we manage the interest. I think that I have addressed all of your questions, but please let me know if I haven't. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jimenez, for those comments, and I now ask Director General Barbosa to comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, thank you, the U.S. and the Argentina, for your comments, questions. I think that's very important. I think that our legal counsel Dr. Jimenez answered many of all the important questions that you have raised. I just want to make a reflection that clearly, I think that the FENSA, we need to think FENSA both ways. First, to protect the organization for any conflict of interest, but also as a guidance to promote engagement with non-state actors. So I think that it's important, as Dr. Jimenez mentioned, during the pandemic, we have more visibility and more non-state actors wanting to interact and to engage with PAHO. Now this, of course, is decreasing, but it's still higher than the pre-pandemic years. So I think that we really need to use this opportunity to increase the collaboration and the relationship with non-state actors. Personally, in every meeting that I have with non-state actors, I'm encouraging them and providing the information, sending the link in order to have them being cleared by the process and to have an official relationship with the Pan American Health Organization. I think that we need to we need to provide a better use of this higher visibility that the health sector in general and also the international organization had during the pandemic. So I think that's important, and of course, we are fully in supporting all the process to provide more efficiency. Of course, that more than 200 assessments is a lot of assessment, but if we are encouraging the non-state actors to engage with PAHO, they cannot wait 1 year, 2 years for the assessment to be made. So we are providing them very fast and looking how we can improve the process, because if we increase, as we expect, the number of applications for this engagement, we will be able to continue responding in this efficient way that we have nowadays. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. If there are no other comments, I would like to inform the committee that the discussions will be reflected in the final report. So thank you for that. So as said earlier, we will now break for 15 minutes maybe? 20 minutes, okay, 15, 20 minutes. And then we'll resume with our first item being the Health Services Management and Leadership 2023 recommendation for awards. Thank you very much. Have a good coffee or tea.
but we are going to now start with the second morning session. And the President now has the floor.
Thank you very much, and welcome back. Hope you had a good break. All right, so we are going to resume, as indicated earlier, with the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2023. That's items 3.2. And so I'd like to bring documents CE 172/5 and addendum 1 to the attention of the committee. Following the procedures for the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership, the award committee met on the 27th of June, 2023, that's yesterday, assessed the relative merits of the candidates with regards to the following. The award is conferred on a candidate who has made a significant contribution in his or her home country and or throughout the region of the Americas to improve the development of health systems, the organization, management, and administration of health services, the development of programs, projects, or initiatives that have demonstrated impact on population coverage and access to health services, the expansion of health services to meet the needs of the population, in particular, those in situations of greatest vulnerability, the development of quality programs and patient safety programs at the national or institutional level, the organization and management of primary care services at the community level, the development of integrated networks of health services, including hospital services, or the production of knowledge and research to achieve a change in health service delivery. The award is conferred in recognition of work completed in the 10 preceding years. Based on the consensus decision, I now invite representative of the awards committee, Ms. Roshani Jafar. Listen, I'm apologizing. I've been bastardizing every single name that I've called since the start of this session. I'm trying, but forgive me. From Suriname to report as she has been nominated by the rest of the committee on this particular item.
Thank you, Mr. President. Agenda item 3.2, document CE 172/5 at 1. PAHO Award for the Health Services Management and Leadership 2023. Report of the Award Committee of the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 23. 1. The Award Committee of the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2023 is composed of the delegates of the plurinational state of Bolivia, Jamaica, and Suriname. 2. The Award Committee met on the 27th of June 2023 during the 172 session of the Executive Committee and examined the information on the candidates nominated by the member states, namely Dr. Manuel Barel Neto from Brazil, Mr. Carlos Eduardo Cabas from Brazil, Dr. Alfredo Dario Espinosa Brito from Cuba, Dr. Edgar Vicente Mora Brito from Ecuador, Dr. Sean Patrick Alfred from Haiti, Dr. Fernando Repeto Aviles from Uruguay. 3. The Award Committee recommended that the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2023 to be granted to Dr. Alfredo Dario Espinosa Brito from Cuba, in recognition of his career and leadership in the management of health services in Cuba and for the impact of his scientific publications in the region of the Americas. His contribution to primary health care was also noted, as was his role in disease prevention and health promotion, especially in addressing the burden of non-communicable diseases in populations in conditions of vulnerability and in older adults. 4. The Award Committee recognizes the merits of the 6 candidates, and in particular those of Dr. Alfredo Dario Espinosa Brito. 5, the committee recommends that the Executive Committee adopt a resolution along the following lines. Proposed resolution, PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2023. The 172 session of the Executive Committee, PP1, having examined the report of the Award Committee of the PAHO Award for Health Services and Leadership 2023, document CE172/5 at 1. PP2, bearing in mind the provisions of the procedures and guidelines for conferring the PAHO Award for Health Services and Leadership, previously known as PAHO Award for Administration, as approved by the 56th Directing Council in 2018. Resolves, OP1, to congratulate the candidates from the PAHO Award for the Health Services Management and Leadership 2023 for their professionalism and outstanding work on behalf of their countries and the region. OP2, on the recommendation of the Award Committee to confer the PAHO Award for Health Services and Leadership 2023 to Dr. Alfredo Dario Espinosa Brito from Cuba, in recognition of his career and leadership in the management of health services in Cuba, and for the impact of his scientific publications in the region of Americas. His contribution to the primary health care was also noted, as was his role in disease prevention and health promotion, especially in addressing the burden of non-communicable diseases in populations in conditions of vulnerability and in older adults. OP3, to transmit the report of the Award Committee of PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2023, document CE172/5 at 1, to the 6th-year Directing Council of PAHO, the 75th session of the Regional Committee of WHO for the Americas. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, colleague from Suriname, for that information to members. I now yield the floor to the plenary for any discussion on what has been said so far. I recognize the United States of America, and after Uruguay.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States appreciates the tireless efforts by medical professionals to strengthen the development of health systems throughout the region. We would like to take this opportunity to stress the importance of ensuring human rights and accountability are at the core of all our efforts. We understand that the global pandemic left many underserved communities around the world without reliable access to medical care. However, we believe countries should comply with their international commitments to combat human trafficking, including forced labor. The United States has serious and ongoing concerns about forced labor in Cuba's labor export program, including in its medical missions, and we urge countries to take the necessary measures to protect Cuban workers. Countries should ensure these programs comply with international human rights obligations and commitments and international labor standards. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, United States of America. Uruguay.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Uruguay is grateful for having been included on this short list, and we congratulate the other countries for this award for health service management and leadership in 2023. Now, the respiratory, muscular, and use of corticoids and rehabilitation in the hospital, in the insurance system in Uruguay, all of which were part of the program, for which Dr. Fernando Repeto Aviles was nominated. And so this is for those who have, who need specialized radiotherapy and comprehensive interdisciplinary treatment to rehabilitate those patients. Now, mindful of the experience that our state bank of insurance has in dealing with labor workplace injuries, it has vast experience. So some patients were admitted at the rehabilitation center of said hospital at the moderate level, and then moved into the intensive care units when necessary, when we were at peak level of consequences of the pandemic, given the prolonged need for hospitalization. Such patients did also receive care for the after effects of COVID. Now, in this case, Dr. Alfredo Dario Espinosa Brito of Cuba, having received this award, the fact that Uruguay is on the list at all is still a great honor for us, given how much we've done to strengthen our healthcare system, the ultimate purpose of which is to enhance the health of our wealth of our citizens.
Thank you very much, Uruguay. I recognize the member from Cuba.
Thank you, Mr. President. Director, dear colleagues, Cuba is very honored, pleased to having been acknowledged and proposed as a candidate on behalf of our country, and having been awarded this PAHO Award for Health Service Management and Leadership 2023. I'm very grateful to the committee, the award committee, and for the executive committee for this award granted Cuba, which is in recognition of the work done by our country for health care, not just of our people, but of people worldwide. I take this opportunity to categorically reject allegations made by the delegate from the United States regarding the noble and genuine collaboration that Cuba offers many countries of the world, to many countries of this region, including many of the countries present here. This has nothing to do with what said delegate has said. Cuba is now collaborating in more than 60 different countries based on legitimate and legal agreements with those countries that receive that collaboration, with working conditions and living conditions that are fully backed by said agreements, and we fully and categorically reject and rebut everything said by the aforementioned delegate, and in keeping with that vile campaign that some countries, very few, fortunately, are waging against Cuba's collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cuba, I see no other indication of, United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did want to propose amendments or edits to OP1. I don't know, apologies, I didn't realize the rapporteur wasn't going to read it out. So for OP1, we propose to delete congratulate and add note. And then in addition, add after candidates, efforts to improve management of health systems and services on. And then delete for the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2023 for their professionalism and outstanding work on, and then continue with behalf of their countries and the region So if you would allow me to read it. To note the candidates' efforts to improve management of health systems and services on behalf of their countries and the region. Stop. Thank you.
Okay, so the floor is open for any comments on the proposed changes. Uruguay, you're not seeking to comment again, no? Okay. No? Okay, so having had no objections to the changes, may I propose then that the changes be adopted and we proceed? Is it to be read a second time, or?
It's okay.
It's okay?
You can approve with it.
All right. All right, so we'll accept the changes and we congratulate the candidates for this consideration and for the award. Adopted. Okay, so we now go to item 3.4, non-state actors in official relations with PAHO. I'd like to bring document CE 172/7 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Luis Jimenez. I think I got the name right this time, right? The J is H. Jimenez. Okay, I said Jimenez. Okay, Jimenez. I'll get it better the next time.
It's not a cousin of the legal counsel. They are not related. The family name is
Of no relation. That's not here in the script, but I'll just say it. Of no relation. Director of Department of External Relations, Resource Mobilization and Partnerships of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to come to the head table. He's here, and will yield the floor to the President of the Subcommittee of Program, Budget and Administration to report. The floor is yours, sir.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me read the summary of the report, 3.4. Non-state agents that retain official, non-state actors in official relations with PAHO. The subcommittee considered confidential information provided by the Bureau on 2 non-state actors seeking admission into official relations with PAHO and 11 organizations whose status as non-state actors in official relations with PAHO was due for review. The Bureau recommended the continuation of official relations with all 11 of those non-state actors, and also recommended the approval of the applications of the 2 non-state actors seeking admission into official relations with PAHO. After considering the information provided by the Bureau, the subcommittee decided to recommend that the Executive Committee approve the admission of Coalición América Saludable, Coalition for America's Health, and the International Diabetes Federation into official relations with PAHO. The subcommittee also recommended the continuation of official relations between PAHO and the following 11 non-state actors for a period of 3 years: American Heart Association, American Public Health Association, American Society for Microbiology, Basic Health International, Global Oncology, Inter-American Association of Sanitary and Environmental Engineering, March of Dimes, Pan American Federation of Associations of Medical Schools, Pan American Federation of Nursing Professionals, United States Pharmacopeal Convention, and last, World Association for Sexual Health. The subcommittee, therefore, recommends that the Executive Committee adopt the proposed resolution contained in Annex D to document CE 172/7. And I'm very pleased to conclude my report.
on this item.
We now open the floor to the plenary for any comments, discussions. Okay. I now turn the floor to Mr. McInnes. Oh, I didn't see you, sorry. Go ahead. United States, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States thanks the Secretary for its report on non-state actors and official relations with PAHO. We support the resolution to be read to renew official relations with 11 non-state actors and admit 2 non-state actors into official relations with PAHO. Non-state actors provide beneficial contributions to our global public health work, and we commend PAHO efforts to ensure participation in our governing bodies. Finally, we encourage PAHO to continue prioritizing collaborations with existing non-state actors and working together to provide meaningful opportunities for the engagement of new and existing non-state actors in our work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, United States of America. Any other? No? Okay, so I turn the floor over now to Mr. Jimenez McInnes. Okay, I've been asked to ask non-state actors if they would like to comment. Any? Okay. I'm not. Go ahead.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and a very good morning to you and to all, Mr. Director and members of the Bureau and the head table, and very pleased to be with you. Let me begin by congratulating the institutions that have just been approved as having official relations with PAHO, and for us as a non-state actor, I'd like to say that I'd be grateful for 3 minutes of attention. I'm Dr. Villan Alvarez Esteves. I'm a Dominican doctor, the head of hypertension, the Hypertension Association in my country, 7,000 nephrologists. We include several thousand throughout the hemisphere, and some 400 nephrologists that are at directors levels and 24 working groups. I represent here chronic kidney disease, which in the Americas includes patients through dialysis or transplant, some 875 per mil inhabitants. 80-some percent in the Americas is above that. And those countries that aren't at that level, by the way, doesn't mean they have any real grip on this disease, but because more likely their numbers aren't complete, the treatments haven't been really seen through, and patients, because of lack of financing, simply don't have the means to get into treatment. 12% chronic kidney disease. We used to say 1 in 10 probably had some degree of chronic kidney disease, but today we know that isn't quite true. It's 2 in 17 that have the disease or bear it. Very often this is considered as a silent pandemic and is indeed one of the worst sources of disease and morbidity in this hemisphere. And as to morbidity, let me say this has gone from the 13 to 8th place in the cause for mortality in 2019. It's among the 10 first causes of years lost because of premature death, and so many more because of incapacity. It's one of the diseases, alas, that has the greatest growth rate, as I speak, in this hemisphere. Now, it's important to have the information, of course, when we're giving this out as public information, because we want people to know about this and hopefully to save lives. The important program that has RC is something that tells us that we can keep the disease from becoming chronic. This means people may need dialysis and transplant, but we need programs for kidney health, and we are here putting out a call to you, distinguished members, to take good note of the importance of the registers on kidney health and passing on the education to everybody, especially that the health systems of the region particularly affected by this, and not least by the onslaught of COVID-19, which didn't help. All of this will probably not be enough to stop it altogether, but we could do better and therefore increase access to health, to treatment, and thereby, please God, keep the morbidity level and the mortality level down. I'm sorry I went 10 seconds over my time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? El Salvador.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think I said this yesterday. However, I'd like to say it again, that we in Central America would do well to pay great attention to chronic kidney disease, because one of the points that Dr. Alvarez just underscored is that where kidney transplant is involved, we are light years behind where we should be. But in terms of a better grip on the handling of the disease, who will need it, some strides have been made, but we need to do more. And that particular area is important we keep an eye on. Of course, we have to prevent, but we do have people who need to be transplanted. And so we're going to need PAHO's help, sir, to be able to make a difference in this very sensitive and difficult area of transplants. Thanks.
Okay, I recognize Kola Biopli, Mr. Hostinino. Your mic, please. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. My greetings to all of you, members and attendants at this event. I am Alvaro Justiniano Bros. I am Bolivian, and I am here representing the Inter-American Chemical Association, a member of this honorable body. I'm president of that, and we've been members of this group since '88. I don't think anyone can doubt the importance of clinical services as regards the diagnosis and establishment of a prognosis in several pathologies. More than 70% of medical decisions go through lab work and the important tests that labs offer. Our group, as a non-state actor, has for many years coordinated much of the activity with PAHO, and we're very pleased indeed with that track record. That said, if I may be this frank, there's a lot yet to do. Let's face it, not all countries are on the same footing in terms of how best they can develop and strengthen the regulatory frameworks that will assist in accreditation and certification of clinical laboratory work, access to evaluation, external quality certificates, internal reviews, and global management and overall quality management. These are all hugely important aspects, as we all know. And in the same manner, as regards the implementation and the tracking of safety, for instance, in this area of neonatal research, there's a great deal that can be done with a simple lab test, and that can save lives. So there's a lot to be done yet. And for us, believe me, it is not a regular event. We're here, and we're pleased to be here and never take it for granted. Congratulations for your meeting, and again, thanks for having us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no other indication of interest in speaking, so with that said, I will now yield the floor to Mr. Jimenez McInnes to make his comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I would say also thank you very much to the United States and El Salvador for their comments, as well as our colleagues from the NSAs, SLAN, who we've been cooperating with since 2015, and Colabiocli since 1988. I think also a thank you to the other NSAs that are present in the room today, given that they are very much collaborating on our common agenda in terms of public health. I think just to say thank you for these comments, I think we've taken them on, we'll take all of them on board. And just to reiterate what our director said earlier today, that he wants us to increase the relationship with non-state actors. I think, as was mentioned by some of the comments, the tasks and the challenges ahead are quite large. No one can do it alone, and we stand ready to work with all of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I'll yield the floor to the director to see.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to welcome the new non-state actors in relationship with PAHO. As I mentioned in the previous topic, I think that's very important that we can increase the collaboration with many relevant non-state actors, academic institutions, NGOs, professional associations in the region. And I think that to be non-state actors in relationship with PAHO is a first step. And hopefully we will have, following this invitation from the delegate of El Salvador, also to have some of these non-state actors working with PAHO to become collaborating centers to support the technical cooperation in many important technical aspects that we have. I will just take this opportunity, Mr. President, to mention that we have almost 200 collaborating centers in this region, PAHO WTO, because the process is the same. In 2020, for the first time, we had a meeting of this collaborating center because it's a big number, and at the time of the face-to-face meetings, it should be a very costly event. But we used the regional platforms, and we had this meeting. It was a very important initiative to provide more alignment and more collaboration of many important aspects. I will just mention one important development recently, but with the support of a collaborating center in the nursery school of the University of São Paulo in Ribeirão Preto, São Paulo, Brazil, worked with the Ministry of Health of Guyana, developed a training course for nurses, training the professors there, and now they are launching this initiative to train 1,000 nurses by year. So in 3 years, Guyana will receive 1,000 per year. This is the kind of collaboration that's very important to address crucial issues that we have in many countries in the region, but mainly in the Caribbean countries, to have more health professionals, including nurses. We are in a conversation with the Guyana government to use this as a hub for the Caribbean region. So I think that this is the kind of technical collaboration that the centers are providing. And I am saying one, but we have many others, and the idea is working with them in order to provide more support to our member states. So I welcome these non-state actors, and that this relationship probably should be better benefits for both the organizations, PAHO, and the countries, if we can also advance some kind of collaboration, technical support that you can receive from these non-state actors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. I will now at this point ask our rapporteur to present the proposed resolution.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will now read the proposed resolution, non-state actors in official relations with PAHO. the 172nd session of the Executive Committee, PP1. Having considered the report of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget, and Administration, Non-State Actors in Official Relations with PAHO, document CE 172/7, PP2, mindful of the provisions of the Framework of Engagement with Non-State Actors, adopted by the 55th Directing Council, through Resolution CD 55, period R3, 2016, which governs official relations status between the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, and such entities, resolves OP1 to admit the following non-state actors into official relations with PAHO for a period of 3 years. Coalition for America's Health, International Diabetes Federation. OP2, to renew official relations between PAHO and the following non-state actors for a period of 3 years. A, American Heart Association. B, American Public Health Association. C, American Society for Microbiology. D, Basic Health International. E, Global Oncology. F, Inter-American Association of Sanitary and Environmental Engineering. G, March of Dimes. H, Pan American Federation of Associations of Medical Schools. I, Pan American Federation of Nursing Professionals. J, United States Pharmacopeia Convention. K, World Association for Sexual Health. OP3, to request the director to A, advise the respective non-state actors of the decisions taken by the Executive Committee. B, continue developing dynamic working relations with Inter-American non-state actors of interest to the organization in areas that fall within the program priorities that the governing bodies have adopted for PAHO. And C, continue fostering relationships between member states and non-state actors working in the field of health. That's it, Chair and President. Thank you.
I will now yield the floor to the plenary for any discussion, comments. I see no indication of that, so since there are no objections, I declare the resolution adopted. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we will now move to item 5.6, 5.6 being the report on the status of the emergency loan from the revolving fund for access to vaccines to the regional revolving fund for strategic public health supplies. This is represented in document CE 172/22 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Santiago Cornejo, Executive Manager of the Regional Revolving Fund Special Program of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table, and will ask to take the floor President of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget and Administration to report on the item. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Allow me to read through the summary of Report 5.6 on the question of the emergency loan from the Revolving Fund for Access to Vaccines to the Regional Revolving Fund for Strategic Public Health Supplies. The subcommittee received an update on the use of the emergency loan from the Revolving Fund for Access to Vaccines to the Strategic Fund, which was approved by the Executive Committee in Resolution CE SS1 period R1, adopted at the special session of the Executive Committee held in May 2020. The subcommittee was informed that in 2022, one new internal emergency loan had been made from the capital account of the revolving fund to the capital account of the strategic fund. Again, that was in 2022, bringing the total number of loans issued during the period 2020-22 to the number of 4. That loan was repaid in timely manner and did not have any negative impact on the availability of funds for the procurement of vaccines through the revolving fund. The subcommittee was also informed that the increased use of the strategic fund during the pandemic resulted in the strong growth of its capital account, which reduced the need to use the emergency loan. In order to continue to meet the demand for essential medicines and public health supplies, the Bureau intended to maintain the internal emergency loan mechanism until the 31st of December 2023, or the date when WHO declared the end of the pandemic, whichever came first. The subcommittee welcomed the Bureau's efforts to support member states in obtaining critical supplies through the strategic fund during the pandemic. Delegates also applauded the steps taken to assist member states in strengthening their supply chain management capacity through demand planning and regional consolidation frameworks. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report on this item.
Director Dr. Barbosa, colleagues. In May 2020, the special session of the Executive Committee adopted the resolution Emergency Loan from the Revolving Fund for Access to Vaccines to the Revolving Fund for Strategic Public Health Supplies. This resolution called for a short-term loan of up to $50 million from the capital account of the Revolving Fund for Access to Vaccines to the capital account of the Regional Revolving Fund for Strategic Public Health Supplies. The resolution was adopted in the context of increased demand from member states for COVID-19 health supplies from the Strategic Fund, global supply disruptions from critical medical products that were required to combat COVID-19, and the limited balance at the time in the capital account of the Strategic Fund to support advanced supply for member states. In June 2021, the Executive Committee adopted a resolution to extend the previously approved emergency loan through either 31st of December 2023 or the date when the World Health Organization declares the end of the pandemic, whichever comes first. As Ciro Ugarte mentioned yesterday, the Director General of WHO accepted the recommendation of the International Health Regulations Emergency Committee held in May 2023 that determined that COVID-19 no longer constituted a public health emergency of international concern. Therefore, as per the last resolution, the emergency loan comes to an end, and this is the final report to the Executive Committee. The document presented today reports on activities of the Strategic Fund to support member states in accessing COVID-19 medical supplies and the use of the emergency loan. The emergency loan was managed with established procedures in place and controls, including, but not limited to, regular analysis of forecasts for support through the Strategic Fund and the Revolving Fund for Vaccines, financial analysis of the utilization and availability of capital in each of the funds, and securing formal commitments from member states for the timely repayment of the amounts received under the credit lines. It is important to highlight again that the emergency loan did not have any adverse impact on the availability of funds for the procurement of vaccines through the revolving fund during the pandemic. Also, I would like to highlight a few achievements thanks to this loan. The number of countries utilizing the line of credit increased from 15 countries before the pandemic to 17 countries. The total cumulative utilization of the capital account surpassed 100% in both 2020 and 2021, demonstrating not only the high use, but also the need of the additional funds of this loan. Overall, from 2020 through 2022, the strategic fund procured over $662 million in medicine and other public health supplies on behalf of 35 participant countries and entities. And this supply included personal protective equipment, in vitro diagnostics, and biomedical equipment. Finally, the report also highlights key programmatic improvements that the strategic fund implemented as part of the technical cooperation during the pandemic, including rolling out a regional demand consolidation to support more evidence-based forecasting and financial budgeting, developing and implementing a plan for supply chain management, characterization, and capacity strengthening, developing a loans and donation coordination platform facilitated by the strategic fund to support cooperation between member states, implementing various analytical dashboards to better track key performance indicator and real-time data, and transitioning and adapting treatment protocols to yield better cost savings. These improvements, as well as the increment in the balance of the capital account of the strategic fund, will help to strengthen the operations of the strategic fund in the post-pandemic period. We thank you for your consideration of this final report.
Thank you very much. I'll now yield the floor to the plenary for any comments, discussion. I recognize Uruguay and then Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're very grateful for this report on the status of the emergency loan from the Revolving Fund for Access to Vaccines to the Regional Revolving Fund for Strategic Public Health Supplies. Having just heard the report, let me tell you my first reaction is what a relief to know that we have these instruments by which we can turn to for the important purchase of public health supplies at a difficult time, and knowing through the Revolving Strategic Fund that these will be of quality and timely. We had the means by which we could do so to respond to this emergency stemming from the pandemic at a time we all know that it was particularly difficult to access funds given the chain of supplies above and beyond other limitations. And in spite of all of that, we were able to respond. I also want to say that over 2020, 2022, we were offered good technical support going to the needs that we had to, on behalf of 35 countries and entities, buy the necessary supplies, and without producing any non-productive results through the revolving fund, given the purchase of vaccines. And therefore, these purchases were not only timely, but absolutely essential, as has been said in various ways over these couple of days. And truly, it is that important to be able to intervene in an emergency and do so properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Uruguay. Argentina, followed by the United States of America.
Thank you, President. Argentina notes the report and welcomes the improvements to the strategic fund that enabled our region to access critical inputs to respond to COVID-19, including medicines having to do with the emergency and other health technologies that are necessary for the priority public health programs to function. We underscore the technical cooperation provided by the organization to help countries in the region to strengthen their capacities, including supply chains management, planning demand, and regional consolidation frameworks. Therefore, we support the last loan from the Revolving Fund for Vaccines to that of the public health supplies, and hope and appreciate the fact that the supply chain was kept going. There's also, we want to underscore the importance that everything was done in accordance with the control system set forth in the and described in the report. Thank you.
Argentina, the United States of America, and then Chile.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States also appreciates PAHO providing this final report in support of continued member oversight of this emergency loan process. And similar to Delegate from Argentina, appreciate that everything here was done through the correct processes and through continued reporting. We note that with COVID-19 no longer constituting a public health emergency of international concern, this emergency loan has been ended as of May 2023 in accordance with the resolution that was adopted, CE 168.R10. And we thank PAHO for its support to member states during this critical time and appreciate the update on improvements made to further enhance the fund's effective and efficient functioning. We are pleased that this loan could serve its purpose when needed and that the funds can now return to normal operations. We also welcome more information from PAHO on lessons learned from this process during the COVID-19 pandemic, if there are any regarding the utility of this emergency loan process and how that functioned. But thank you again for all of your support on this.
Thank you very much, United States. Chile?
Thank you very much, President. Chile notes the information delivered by the Secretariat and congratulates the organization for this virtuous association established through the sharing of resources, financial resources as well as technical resources between these two funds that manage resources within the organization. As a country, we do believe that the decisions that were taken to link two funds whose purpose is similar, that, in other words, to support countries making available products that are essential for health. This is really good news, and therefore we'd like to congratulate the organization for the decision that was taken. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
There are no other comments. I now yield the floor to Mr. Carnijo for his final comments.
Muchas gracias a los delegados.
I'd like to thank the delegates of Uruguay and Argentina, and to these we add also United States and Chile. Thank you for the support expressed for the regional revolving funds, and the recommendation is to further socialize the practices and the good lessons learned in the region thanks to these funds built by you. There are many lessons learned during the pandemic. There is actually a document and an exercise that was conducted to look into lessons from the pandemic. However, use of this loan was very important, not only because of the number of countries who were able to increase access, but furthermore, through having more resources, we were able to provide financing facilities. We believe this is a wonderful tool provided by the Regional Revolving Fund. In other words, that ability to finance and give short-term liquidity. Part of the new structure within the organization is precisely to continue building this type of synergy in the regional revolving funds in order to provide more effective and efficient support to member states, and we will continue doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Director, I'll allow you to make your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Queria primeiro agradecer.
First, I'd like to express appreciation for countries' comments. I do believe it was a good resolution adopted by member states to approve this loan. As the delegate of Uruguay pointed out, it is a good practice. Argentina also focused on this. And perhaps we can incorporate this practice in future health emergencies. We proposed it, member states accepted it, and that was to achieve a rapid increase in our capacity to offer lines of credit, enabling countries to buy laboratory tests, because there was a tremendous problem for countries to obtain the medical kits, intubation equipment. There were so many problems in accessing the devices and medicines needed. So it was very important, and this didn't generate any negative effect on the capacity of the revolving fund. So undoubtedly, it has been an excellent experience to have a rapid increase in our capacity whenever necessary. I also thank the favorable comments made as to the change of the organizational chart. In other words, to have the funds working in a better coordinated manner, that way achieving greater efficiency in the delivery of this important technical cooperation to countries. Let us not forget that as global mechanisms only use income to identify countries in need of support, our region practically has no country eligible to receive donations. In other words, we have, or having funds that are working efficiently is a fundamental tool to guarantee access to new vaccines, some high-cost medicines, some laboratory equipment, etc. And therefore, I invite countries who have large population that when procurements are done through the fund, this generates volume that makes it possible for the fund to negotiate and to have a stronger position to enter into these negotiations with the manufacturers. So what we want to do is strengthen this trend within the strategic fund to use it not only for traditional medicines, where we've been using it, or the antiretrovirals, TB, malaria, but also to offer some high-cost cancer medicines, hepatitis C drugs, as defined by countries to be priority. Lastly, Mr. President, we mustn't miss this opportunity. The existence of these funds in the region, and this is the only region that has these two funds with such characteristics, this is a strategic tool to strengthen local manufacturing of medicines and of vaccines, meeting existing requirements. For instance, to have the pre-qualification for vaccines, to have specific regulatory classifications for health products and medicines. This can be a tool to plan demand so that producers in the region can consolidate, can strengthen, can develop their capacities and offer products to countries in the region that will benefit them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. So let me just inform the committee that the discussions will be reflected in the final report. And at this point, we are going to break for lunch, but before we do, I would like to turn the floor over to the Deputy Director, Mrs. Valdez, for some announcements, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, the briefing session on the evaluation of PAHO's response to COVID-19 will take place in this room from 12:30 to 1:30. Lunch boxes are being provided for those delegates that are attending our session. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for that. And to all of us here, we will break until approximately 2 p.m. So have a good lunch, and thank you very much. We will resume. One second, don't break as yet. Okay, So I've been given a brief on the session after. So we're breaking at 5.6. After we'll take 5.7, 5.7, then 7.4, 7.10 ABC, and another break, I think, and then D and E, and time allowing, we'll go to F6, is it 6? G, F, G, and H. His handwriting is worse than my pronunciation.
It is
But-
true.
Please, enjoy your lunch. We'll get back here at 2 o'clock.
Yes, it's true.
Evaluation, Mr. Enrique Grau, Dr. Ugarte, Director of PAHO's Health Emergency Program, and colleagues, distinguished delegates, happy to be here with you. The program is being projected, and our team has also distributed to you a brief with highlights of the evaluation and also a QR code where you can, if you haven't seen it yet, where you can scan it and see the full report of the evaluation, which has been published as announced by our director on Monday. We will follow this program with just starting with our director, and then we will go to presentations by colleagues here at the head table, and with the aim to get to enough time for questions and answers, so we can also hear back from you. With no further ado, I will ask our director for his opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ronnie. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, Dr. Carissa Etienne, Director Emeritus of PAHO, Mr. Enrique Grau, COVID-19 Evaluation Team Leader, colleagues in health, welcome to this important event. First, I would like to thank our Director Emeritus, my good friend Dr. Carissa Etienne, for envisioning an external independent evaluation of the Secretariat's response to the pandemic in early 22. I think that this was really, Director Emeritus, a very important initiative that keeps PAHO as the leader among all the WHO regions, performing this evaluation and also leading by example, because clearly I think that this is a clear encouragement for our member states to perform similar evaluations in order to assess what happened, what are the capacities that they need to improve, what are the responses that they need to put in place. So I think that we cannot miss this unique opportunity that we have, and I want to thank and acknowledge this very important initiative that you launched during your tenure as director of this organization. I would also like to thank the representatives from member states, partners, and our staff from across the various levels who participated and contributed to this important evaluation. This evaluation was conducted during a historical time for the organization and for the world. It is the first external corporate evaluation of the response to COVID-19 among all World Health Organization regions, and the first comprehensive external evaluation on COVID-19 in the UN system in the Americas. It is indeed a significant milestone for PAHO and the global public health community. This endeavor reflects PAHO's steadfast dedication to learning from major public health emergency responses. By undertaking this evaluation, PAHO reinforced its commitment to continually and consistently review, learn, and adapt to be better prepared strategically and operationally. This is an evaluation of the Secretariat's performance and not how member states responded. I am very keen for the organization to learn from pandemic, and this evaluation gives us the opportunity for PAHO to be better prepared for the next public health emergency that we don't know when will happen, the severity, the virus, but we know that it will happen. And also, we will increase our capacity to provide a better support to our member states. The evaluation report was published on the PAHO's website on 15th June, a couple of days ago, and therefore available to member states, partners, and the public in general. The publication of this important document reaffirms the Secretariat's unwavering commitment to efficiency, accountability, and transparency, and to continuous learning and improvements. To this end, I have established a task group from entities across the Secretariat to translate the 8 recommendations from this evaluation into effective and sustainable strategies and actions in line with our mandates. I'm fully committed to report periodically to our member states the progress in the implementation of these recommendations. We commit to working together at the country, sub-regional, and regional level to implement this recommendation lesson learned from the pandemic. In this spirit, that I welcome you to this session. I want to thank all of you who have joined us today, and I welcome the leader of the External Independent Evaluation Team, Mr. Enrique Grau, on behalf of his team. COVID-19 brought many challenges, but also many opportunities. The evaluation identified several key areas of what worked well and did not work well. Recommendations are valuable for guiding PAHO's technical cooperation and public health actions moving forward. The implementation of lessons learned from the pandemic will allow us to respond to health crises more effectively and also enhance our ability to anticipate challenges, innovate, plan, and lead with resolve and resilience. Welcome again, and I look forward to a rich discussion among us. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for that commitment and that vision moving forward as well. We will now go over to give you an overview of the process before we hand it over to Mr. Enrique Grau for the presentation on the findings and recommendations. Can I get the PowerPoint, please, back on the screen? Okay. On behalf of the Planning, Budget, and Evaluation team and the PAHO team, I am pleased to provide to you this overview. First, as you can see from this timeline that we tried to put on one slide with the key phases. First, as you can see, to the early 2020 timeline when Dr. Etienne and the executive management requested that it was timely and opportune to conduct an external evaluation of the response while facing the pandemic. We started that in line with the PAHO's evaluation policy and international standards. Our team was responsible to identify an external team with whom we would build together from the conceptualization to the conducting the evaluation. So we undertook that, and by June, exactly a year ago, we had already identified the external team, which I'll present shortly, and we started what is called the scoping phase and building on the inception of how this evaluation will be conducted together with, led by the external evaluation team leader, Mr. Enrique Grau. Then the team proceeded. In July, we had a launch where we had a workshop with the teams across the House, facilitated with the external evaluation team. And then they proceeded, once they had obtained the necessary input also from the Secretariat and partners who they interviewed for data collection, analysis, and a drafting, which took place between July and November. At the conference, you will recall that, again, Dr. Etienne asked that we present an update, and at that time we presented a progress update to the conference in September. By December, we had a draft report, which is part of the process, to review and ensure that there is accuracy, consistency. And by February, we had a final report submitted by the external team, which was then presented to our executive management. And from there, our director, Dr. Jarbas, approved that we go forward with the publication of this report, not just internal, but to the entire public, to you, for you member states or partners, with, of course, the two objectives that this evaluation had was, one is documenting what happened, but also what do we learn and how do we improve going forward? So accountability and learning as two important aspects of the evaluation. We professionally designed the report, and we're pleased to note that this is on the web already, and you have a small picture there, the blue, that's the cover. And now we are in the implementation phase, which Dr. Ciro Ugarte will present in the following slides. Allow me just to acknowledge the external team that was put together here. As you can see from the slide, I hope everybody can see it. Indeed, this is a team put together in a record time. We had about 2 months to bring them together international and regional professionals in global public health. It was important that they had that expertise, both in program evaluation, but also international public health, and to really serve the organization as it should be. An evaluation is not just to have an evaluation report, but to serve the organization, especially moving forward. So this external independent evaluation team was led by Mr. Enrique Grau. We had a co-team leader, Ms. Robina Shahim from the UK, and Mr. Enrique Grau originally from Spain, but colleagues from across the region, experts in public health epidemiology from the region, as you can see there, Mr. Juan Pablo Sarmiento, Dr. Jimena Aguilera, who is now the Minister of Health. She worked and collaborated with the team until September before she took on her ministerial role in Chile. Hector Dantes, again from Mexico. Juan Pablo was from Colombia. And then you had research analysts to do the groundwork and preparation of the analysis there, Elvira Carrillo, Michelle Brito, Luisa Toro. All these colleagues are from the region, but also they have international experience. That was important for us. Then we obtained the independent senior public health advice from Dr. Ronald St. John. For those of you who know, he's a senior public health advisor from Canada. And Dr. Marceline Darwich is also a senior public health professional, now retired from the Ministry of Health of the Bahamas. Management and coordination, internal management. For every evaluation, we put together what is called our management team that is led. We're pleased to lead this work from the Secretariat under yours truly, and our senior evaluation advisor, who also just, as part of strengthening our evaluation function, was recruited right before we launched this evaluation, and of course the support team that we had and consultants that provided advice as we needed. Then as part of also that process, we have the evaluation reference group. This is a standard practice now and a good practice to establish a senior advisory group that reviews the evaluation as we move in different phases. Senior managers, like the Director of Health Emergencies, Director of Health Systems and Services, Dr. James Fitzgerald, who is here, and 3 PAHO representatives, one from the Bahamas, Guatemala, and Brazil, representing the 3 sub-regions of our technical cooperation. And again, our team there. With that said, I'll hand it over now to Mr. Enrique Grau. Thank you. You can do it.
Good afternoon. Let me first, on behalf of the evaluation team, thank Dr. Etienne, Dr. Barbosa, and PAHO for this opportunity. We are honored to be here, having the opportunity to share with member states the results of the evaluation exercise, with the aim of supporting PAHO, reinforcing the learning character of this evaluative exercise, and trying to reinforce future responses to public health crises in the Americas. We deployed, from the methodological point of view, we deployed in a short period of time different and parallel data collection tools. The objective was to accelerate data collection in parallel to the response to the COVID. At that time, countries and PAHO were still responding, so there was relevant operational pressure, and we tried to collect data rapidly and also to analyze data to provide the feedback as soon as possible. So as you can see, we adopted and applied an extensive survey, online surveys and telephone surveys for PAHO personnel, but also member states, the Ministry of Health, other UN agencies, donors, and key stakeholders. A relevant number of interviews were conducted also based on a selection of key informants, ensuring the representativity of points of views and the different organizations involved and interacting with PAHO during the response, and relevant desk review concerning documents, statistics, etc., internal and external documents. So in 3 months, we finalized the data collection. We also put focus on, we selected 6 case studies or in-depth country analysis to be representatives of the different subregions of the Americas. So we wanted to get specificities geographical, national systems, epidemiological, economical, demographical, and also we consider the Panama as a regional logistical hub, the relevance and the performance of the hub for a large-scale crisis response. Barbados as an example of a sub-regional office, and the specific role and the interaction between the USA and Canada and the role within PAHO. Which is important is that this evaluation, it's not exactly a technical evaluation. It's more a strategic level evaluation and an organizational performance evaluation. It's true that we rely on what was done and the contribution of PAHO to the 10 pillars of the strategic preparedness and response plan. And we have used cases, indicators, examples to illustrate this contribution, PAHO contribution and PAHO performance. But it's not a technical or programmatic evaluation of each one of the activities, dozens or hundreds of activities implemented under each pillar. And the limitations that we confronted due to the time frame and availability of informants, rotation of personnel within PAHO and also in external stakeholders didn't affect the consistency of the data collected. I'm going to present now in a very brief summary the key findings, what we perceive, what we documented that worked well, and what elements worked less well. On the positive performance, there was a clear identification of the early institutional response of PAHO. Since the very, very beginning, PAHO direction was contacting the member states. PAHO was facilitating the organization of audiovisual, audio conferences and calls with countries at the highest political and senior levels, and even different trips to potential critically affected countries were organized by PAHO to prevent countries and to really prepare and mobilize the response at the regional level. We mentioned institutional reactivity because we have identified several gaps in the more operational response. But from the institutional level, that was a very, very early response, even before that the COVID pandemic was declared a public health emergency of international concern. In parallel, the activation of the incident management system, which was it's a key mechanism for emergency response, was very, very early activated. And then PAHO response benefited from decades of collaboration at country level, cooperating with ministries of health, being part of emergency response centers and preparing national responses plans, etc. One important role or function which emerged during the emergency response was the role of PAHO as a bridge. Especially during the first year of the pandemic, PAHO played a role bridging global knowledge and global experience during the first year of the pandemic, where the lack of knowledge about the virus, epidemiological patterns, clinical management was very, very scarce. So PAHO was facilitating the connection between what was happening, what was the knowledge available, and how this knowledge was disseminated across the region, and how this knowledge could be applied at national level. Cooperation modalities, there is a broad recognition in terms of the quality of the technical cooperation, which was provided to member states, but not only. PAHO was also advising other UN agencies and other key stakeholders and international organizations supporting the response. As part of the 10 pillars, the support, operational support, logistics, supply chains in a critical period has been very well assessed by respondents and key informants. And then related to the pillars, the rapidity in reinforcing the regional laboratory capacity in 25 days molecular diagnostic was deployed in all countries of the region, and the procurement function, especially through the funds, as has been previously discussed, and partnerships. A lot of new partnerships that PAHO developed with new suppliers, with new donors, with new international organizations, and also that was facilitating, or that was instrumental for the transformation, digital transformation. Internally, new processes, procedures, new tools, but also externally, supporting member states with new digital platforms, etc. On the side of the aspects which work less well, we have identified that policy dialogue at country level, that was an important aspect because of the politicization of the response in the Americas. So PAHO at different levels was confronted to these political-based decisions or approaches, and in many cases, PAHO personnel had not the skills, the ability, was not prepared to influence at policy level where decisions to respond to the pandemic were made. This is a little bit related to communication. Communication was an extremely important domain of the response, and many of PAHO personnel and the tools was obliged to assume double or triple roles to reinforce external communication in countries. PAHO was the reference from the scientific or epidemiological point of view in many contexts, and also internally, the communication between the different levels of the organization. We have identified duplications and some gaps between headquarters, subregions, and country offices. The incident management system is a powerful mechanism, but it was not designed to sustain the response for a 2 years period. The internal mechanism and the initial design, which was tested in previous epidemics, suffer from the 2 years of the duration of the pandemic. And then when we applied the survey in terms of cooperation modalities, the South-to-South cooperation, which is one of the key elements of PAHO, no? Pan-Americanism, bilateral or multilateral cooperation, was affected by the nationalistic approaches. The prioritization of national needs broke to some extent this tradition of South-to-South cooperation. Also, the survey and the interviews were very clear. As you know, many gaps and uncertainty about COVAX and access to the COVID-19 vaccination, and then other difficulties in terms of duplication of procurement mechanism and tools. The alignment with WHO and other UN agencies, that was an important element. Many of the decisions were centralized at Geneva level, and these decisions were affecting the Americas, and the region was not totally well placed. I would say the global health architecture was not totally fit for these purposes. In terms of human resources, to summarize the main findings, what we call the teleworking paradox. The teleworking was a very important measure to protect the health and well-being of staff, but at the same time made very difficult to ensure the provision of technical cooperation to member states at the worst moments of the pandemic. In many countries, in some countries, country offices were closing, where ministries of health most in need of technical support. So the balance between the teleworking and the provision of technical cooperation was very difficult in some cases. And of course, many personnel suffering from mental health issues and were overwhelmed by the work-family balance, and some personnel not totally engaged in emergency response. 3 dimensions of added value. Whole of government approach, very important. PAHO was interacting at the highest political level. Pandemic response is not only Ministries of Health role, it's a government, whole of government approach. And in this scenario, PAHO was contributing to to this integral comprehensive response. PAHO was interacting with prime ministers, president of states, with other sectors involved at national level in the responses, and in some cases, PAHO guidance was very important. For example, technical guidance of mass gatherings were instrumental in facilitating the organization of political elections in 26 countries during the 2 years of the pandemic. So this is an added value. This is an added value of the response in our opinion. And also, at the end, PAHO is the only agency with a very specific, a clear mandate, and with capacities and regional presence to provide a regional perspective on such a large scale public health crisis. And then the revolving funds, they have been recognized as a really important tools and very specific to this region, which can serve as an example to other regions of the world. Finally, all this work has been condensed in recommendations. We differentiated 3 levels of recommendations: the strategic level, the operational level, and finally the organizational level. At the strategic level, we think that a reflection on PAHO's governance mechanism, including the incident management system, it's very, very important. We perceive that PAHO governance was not totally prepared and fit for purpose for rapid and effective decision-making in such a large-scale crisis. So we are suggesting specific modifications, changes in procedures, internal mechanisms, also a reflection under the PAHO strategic plan about the PAHO of the future. COVID-19 has transformed national health systems and also probably should transform PAHO as a reference organization to support health in the Americas. The second main area of recommendations is science. PAHO and many member states and many actors have been confronted to the politicization of the response. Many actors, many social leaders, communication leaders became experts in epidemics at some point. And it's an area where we think that science, data, evidence needs to be capitalized. And probably there is room to envisage independent bodies to reinforce the credibility, the understanding of what is science, what has the region learned from COVID, but also previous responses, and how to adapt and make use of this information. Reinforcing knowledge management. Many of the learnings from H1N1 were adopted, but many learnings were forgotten also during the COVID-19 pandemic. And then at the strategic level, one very important area is the funding model. At the beginning of the pandemic, PAHO was at the brink of insolvency. Annual audit reports were reiteratedly advising and calling attention from the really difficult financial situation of PAHO. And the pandemic emergency fund was very poorly dotted at the end of 2019. So we think that the funding model is an area, it's a critical area to respond to large scale crisis and also to reinforce PAHO stability and functioning on regular times. Alliances, which can be an important, a relevant part of the funding model, and also WHO PAHO coordination, because many decisions on resources allocation were made at Geneva level. At the second operational level, we have highlighted an opportunity to mainstream gender and equity aspects. PAHO made contributions. PAHO put the COVID-19 strategic and response plan reflected the gender and equity and diversity as a cross-cutting approach to response. PAHO produced technical guidelines. PAHO supported trainings awareness-raising campaigns, promoted the focus on vulnerable populations. But the implementation was challenged by a number of factors which are explained in the report. So we think there are room of opportunity to mainstream gender and equity and diversity approaches, and there are global initiatives in this direction which can be capitalized. Incident management system, it has played a critical role, but maybe adaptations to respond to sustained crisis can be identified. And then, of course, as a result of the obliged transformation, digitalization and innovation. It's an area where e-health, telemedicine, RNA vaccines, all the innovations boosted by the pandemic response can be adapted, translated to the region. And finally, at the organizational level, two major areas of recommendation. Corporate management in general, I would highlight that probably bureaucracy was one of the most mentioned words during our interviews. In some cases, even historic bureaucracy from the administrative, organizational, making decision point of view. And we have really mentioned that even if that was not an internal administrative or organizational evaluation, but we have identified opportunities, areas for improvement to adapt to larger scale crises. And human resources. Also human resources to update, develop human resources policies, mechanisms, tools that really are adapted to larger scale crises, and probably as other agencies have put in place, a surge capacity system, a better balanced compensation system, much more agile hiring mechanism. So there is a battery of lines of action in our report suggesting these improvements. So thank you very much, and over to.
Thank you, Enrique, and we will now go over to the response part and then to questions. So over to you, Dr. Ugarte, on the implementation plans.
Gracias, Ronnie.
Thank you, Ronnie. Pleasure to see you, Dr. Etienne, Emeritus Director, and welcome back. Colleague from Member States, PAHO colleagues. Our Director's decision to welcome the recommendations and then to move towards their implementation was an extremely important decision. And this demonstrates the process that was kicked off not long ago, but it has to do with implementation of the evaluation's recommendations and the response by the PAHO Secretariat to COVID-19. And as Enrique said, although the evaluation was done during the response, there were still many cases, many deaths, many teams being mobilized. Member states were not completely available for an evaluation or for interviews. Nonetheless, there was an extraordinary effort by the evaluation team. And the recommendations precisely reflect that process. So the Director, in keeping with a decision by the PAHO higher management, decided that this should be a full implementation at PAHO. In other words, all the secretariats within the organization. This is a rapid graph of showing where we are after presentation to the executive management when it comes to monitoring, interactions with all the entities, reviewing the process. So this is a period that cuts through the three phases: planning, preparation, and implementation, and then closure. Now, in June, July, we are in planning and preparation. There are lots of interactions with colleagues at the three levels of the organization. And I will be providing some figures in a moment, but there has truly been an extraordinary response. First, in terms of the need for a change, but it has to be evidence-based, based on those recommendations, and at the same time applying it to the reality of our organization, such as the implementation time will run through August to May of next year, but with execution in the short term ending in December this year and medium term May of next year. Then the monitoring will begin in July this year, will run through June of next year, and closure with a systematic presentation and a final report, and that will be probably in June of next year. So this is an overview of the process, having the right staff, and there'll be consistency among everyone. This process must also be shared with member states, as confirmed by our director. When it comes to planning and preparation, we have already taken the first step, that is entities' engagement within PAHO Secretariat, including colleagues who were key in the response, but they continue to be key for the implementation of recommendations. This is a participatory process. In the planning process, there are lots of questions, and as well as a lot of optimism and many visions to sort of understand how we're going to do it. So that's the process that's going on right now. There are sub-working groups with leader entities that will be responsible for coordinating and implementing each recommendation. And communication has already been shared, as well as management tools to manage the process, as well as a description of modalities. What is currently underway is to define what, who, when, and what cost. So we're still looking into all of that. It's still too early, but we are defining those 5 elements, as well as working on prioritization. When everything is a priority, as you well know, then nothing is priority. So we need to find which elements are truly a priority, because they can result in changes at our secretariat and our mission, our ultimate mission, which is to provide coordination and technical cooperation to member states. The last thing that we need to consider is resources. And if there are any volunteers, very welcome. I do apologize for saying that now, but internally this is a topic that has been assigned priority by the director, but it's also an open topic. There's interest and value for many countries to support PAHO, to support and strengthen certain capacities. So that is another important element that needs to be reviewed. And this is roughly the organizational chart of the PAHO Secretariat under the direction of PAHO Executive Management, our director, our different heads of departments and cabinets, and other entities and directors who are on the Recommendation Implementation Committee. And furthermore, we have a secretariat, which is the emergency department. They're the secretariat, and Dr. Alex Camacho, who very kindly accepted to facilitate the process. And then we have the recommendations. You see them here. And governance, scientific platforms, funding model, gender and equity, incident management system, innovation and digitalization, corporate management, and human resources policies. Each of these 8 aspects will require broader discussions involving key participation by country offices and the representatives from the country offices. Those of us who are at Washington headquarters, we know that who ultimately provides the direct technical cooperation are the country offices. Therefore, those country offices are extremely important players, not only for the analysis, but also the implementation is going to require interaction with member states to adjust processes. And then, of course, we have representatives from other PAHO entities. And this graphically represents these entities, departments, units within PAHO that are linked to each recommendation. This just shows briefly that it is an absolutely corporate effort. In other words, the entire organization is involved. Everyone with their own vision, but also their needs in order to perform the work hinging on the priorities for the organization. Emergency response ought not be the organization's priority, because if we have the right kind of technical cooperation and we have capacity in each of the countries, then countries will require less institutional support. We do it, we'll continue doing it, and it is one of the programs that has been extremely active. But ultimately, what we want is for the countries to have the strength in situ, and that is what we're focused on. Response, yes, but also building institutional capacity and also building the strengths of our member states. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ugarte.
The overview, and now we will open for member states. Before I do so, let me just announce that the presentation will be available on the same app that you have for the executive committee. And I take the opportunity, as Dr. Ugarte was mentioning, the issue of resources, to acknowledge and thank Canada for some resources that we already received to strengthen evaluation work, which some of those funds will go to support the implementation. So thank you. Okay, the floor is now open to our member states delegates for questions. Preguntas? Comentarios? Thank you, Canada.
Thank you, Chair. You didn't think we were going to not comment on this one. Canada commends PAHO for undertaking this important evaluation of its COVID-19 response, the first such exercise from a WHO region. Conducting an external evaluation of this nature reflects well upon the maturity of an organization and its desire to transparently seek to improve. I congratulate PAHO for taking this important step. The critical value of any external evaluation lies in the follow-up actions based on its recommendations. We applaud PAHO for establishing a task force team to translate the report's recommendations into effective and sustainable strategies and actions, and look forward to seeing those results this time next year. Canada would like to encourage PAHO in particular to mobilize efforts to produce quality and disaggregated indicators and to mainstream evidence-based gender equality and equity approaches into pandemic preparedness, response, and recovery actions. Canada is pleased that our partnership in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic has also been recognized in this evaluation. Finally, PAHO will need to anticipate challenges with the end of emergency response funding from donors. We would also emphasize the importance of the payment of quotas by all member states to ensure that PAHO has the necessary resources to continue to address health challenges and emergencies in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate from Canada. We'll take a round of questions. Any other member state who wish to comment or ask a question? Muchas gracias, Argentina.
Thank you very much. Argentina, followed by Jamaica. Argentina, please. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the organization for this presentation and for all the information shared with us. We welcome all the efforts to conduct an evaluation and furthermore to have a proposal for improvement that is based on recommendations coming from country inputs. We also echo Canada's comments, and we will be on the lookout for the results. And countries will support the process with two-way feedback so that we can be better prepared and be able to respond better when there are future emergencies. Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. Jamaica. The Minister, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. So I'd like to lend my voice of commendations on the exercise. I think it was, it's very, very useful. And to just mention also the support that PAHO has provided to Jamaica for doing its own internal assessment of our COVID response. My question, maybe encouragement, would be that the report is widely disseminated, and to the extent that the principles emanating from the report can be directed to member states in the conducting of their own evaluation, because we are not equal states in terms of resources, particularly small island states. I have to put a plug there because we were particularly vulnerable, certainly in terms of resource like vaccines and PPEs and so on. I would certainly encourage and move that that be a priority in the next phase of this process. Secondly, the extent to which we had to operate as a globe, not as a hemisphere, in the COVID response. I just wondered to what extent a report of this kind will be used to try to influence a wider, more global agenda around the lessons learned from COVID. And I say so in the context of the need, if I were to use Jamaica, we had to reach out well beyond the Americas for support. Sometimes that support, even though willing, had barriers because the logistics of movement, dictated that things had to flow through third-party entities, organizations, logistics arrangements. And so the report, I think, allows us to assess what we can do hemispherically to strengthen our capacity as a regional body, but should also recognize those essential initiatives that are required for greater global collaboration. And I wanted, if possible, to comment on that to see where do we go from here beyond the Americas to take the lessons learned to solidify greater global collaboration for hopefully not so early, not in this lifetime, but the next pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Anyone else before we hand it over to the panel for responses? Other member state participant? Okay, so let's start with the responses. I'll kindly ask Enrique to start, and then I'll ask Dr. Ugarte to follow. Enrique, por favor.
Muchas gracias. Gracias por las
Thank you very much, and I do appreciate all the reactions and comments. There are two elements that I wish to highlight arising from the comments made by Jamaica. The evaluation of national responses. That is a suggestion that we have made in the report, and we have done so in the same spirit that marked the PAHO response, and that is learning. Learnings from national responses that we've seen in several countries. Learnings, bearing in mind that we had a brief analysis of what happened with the H1N1 epidemic response. And quite modestly, we identified the fact that this response contributed to changes and improvements to PAHO capacities and structures, as well as those of certain member states. Nonetheless, many things were omitted or neglected. And we think it's important for evaluations of national capacities be used to strengthen the country learnings and strengthen what we call learning systems and learning organizations. Some critical aspects of the H1N1 response were forgotten on the waste. They were left by the wayside. And these national capacity studies can allow countries as well as PAHO to avail themselves of new tools in order to respond to future crises. Also, PAHO's role and what the Americas did on the international stage. We think that's important. We think it's actually a critical aspect, but at the same time, we need to be prudent because we were only able to interview 2 people at WHO Geneva. So we haven't been able to sufficiently triangulate viewpoints. So we want to be cautious about this. Nonetheless, we believe that the decision-making architecture when responding to a global crisis was not well balanced. And I'm saying it in this small room before this small audience. To me, it just doesn't seem well balanced. The Americas was the region in the world that was most impacted by morbidity and mortality and impact of the pandemic. And we think this is a moment for reflection, looking at the complementarity of decision-making when there are global crises that impact the region. We do believe that reflection on the global and region impact should not lose or dilute the intra-regional consideration, not perhaps the break, but the loss. We have to truly take into account that there is South-South cooperation in the Americas, and this was an element that distorted the response. We all know today how important solidarity is on the international stage. It is a basic principle in order to have more effective and efficient responses. So reinforcing the global to region effort should be accompanied by a strengthening of bilateral cooperation within the region also. Hopefully this answers the question, but if not, I'd be very happy to expand further. Thank you. Enrique Ciro, please.
To highlight some of the topics that Canada, Argentina, and Jamaica made. Regarding the results, I think, as our director mentioned, you will see results before this time next year, but clearly that's a deadline that the director set. Okay, by this time next year, we will be able to show clear results moving forward in several aspects on the recommendations. And yes, we'll need to find a funding model. One of the recommendations of the evaluation is regarding the funding model. Why? Because in the planning and budget of PAHO, there is $0, not zero, but $0 for a response. So everything must be mobilized. Everything that we do in response to emergencies must be mobilized, except that we have 2 funds, the disaster fund and the epidemic fund, that advance money. Why? Because we cannot afford not responding immediately or even pre-position staff or supplies in the countries when they are needed. Okay, so funding-wise, that's the component that we need to look at. And fortunately, we do have a long experience and collaboration with donors, Canada, the US, the European Union, and several other countries, including countries in the Americas that may not provide funding, but yes, technical cooperation and supplies, equipment, etc., that do come into the equation to support the countries. I recall, for example, Haiti supporting other countries in the Caribbean when there was a need. When they did have some vaccines that were not available in some countries in the Caribbean were sent from Haiti. So that's just to mention that solidarity that comes into equation in emergencies. But the funding model itself is something that the evaluation team has identified. And we will need to ensure that proper feedback with the member states during this implementation of the recommendations. Because if we change the way that we act and respond to emergencies, it's precisely because it is in relation with each of our member states. And that's a clear indication of the value of the interaction of our country offices. And finally, the global collaboration is already on the making. The regional emergency directors met with the executive director of emergencies in WHO to see how we can learn from the experiences in the regions. And clearly, during the negotiations of the IMB, but also the amendments of the IHR, usually the countries in the Americas highlight that there are experiences in the Americas that may also be a part of the global scope. But at the same time, we see challenges on new initiatives coming from the global level that may impact the way that we are doing, including the mechanisms that we have to respond quickly to the emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ciro, and if I may complement with some information again about dissemination, making sure that this report is widely disseminated. In addition to our efforts of putting it on the PAHO webpage, we are reaching out to donors, partners, sharing it with WHO, the UN, so that, again, it's as the first comprehensive evaluation on the COVID response led by our region and PAHO. We want to make sure that it's also used to inform others, but also to look at the lessons and good practices that can be promoted from there. The other opportunity we have is on, as this response plan is developed, is the opportunity we have as we also plan for the next biennium, as per program budget you endorsed this morning, and we will be launching our operational planning. And all these timely input that Dr. Ugarte mentioned with the PAHO team across the House can also be articulated with our operational plans going forward. And so that will be important. And then as we develop also the next strategic plan, again, the timely importance of this evaluation and the response plan is that we will be developing the next strategic plan starting next year. And again, the opportunity of indicators, everything that we can build up, and other evaluations that will also be informing that process. I hope we have answered your question. If anybody has any other question. Dr. Etienne, that would be nice to hear from Dr. Etienne. Yes, thank you, Dr. Etienne. Over to you, please.
Thank you and good afternoon. And let me greet member states and colleagues in PAHO. I need to tell you that I recommend retirement, but for some of you, it's too early, but I do highly recommend it. So let me say that thank you to Dr. Barbosa, the director of PAHO, for inviting me to this session. And I think PAHO is a leader among leaders, and this is precisely what was required of us. And you know, the pandemic hit at a time when PAHO was at its lowest resources, not only financial resources, but the capacity to keep human resources. So we lost a huge percentage of our consultants precisely at the time when the pandemic hit. And so our staff had to double up quickly. And I always say kudos to the staff for having seen us through such a difficult period in that time. I think the whole question of the deciding to do the evaluation, I think it was imperative. I think that we had a responsibility to ensure that we documented what happened, what went well, what did not go well. We had no guideline from the last pandemic that taught us what to do. We were learning and acting as we went. So I think with every government and every institution. And so I think that it is a really responsibility, not only for PAHO, but certainly for all institutions and all governments to document truthfully their experiences and to have this external evaluation. And let me thank and commend Dr. Barbosa and his team and Ciro and Ronnie for already launching into what is the plan of action to address these findings. I had to convince my team, let's be open, not reactionary, let's just be open. Let's accept what they have said and let's see what can we do to improve, because that has to be our aim, always to ensure that we can be better next time. And in that regard, I would really like to encourage member states themselves to undertake external evaluations so we too can learn from member states. And because PAHO can't operate on its own, PAHO is the member states. And so if the institution is going through a reform and transformation process as far as being ready for pandemics, we need to learn where member states are, and that sort of information. I'm saying we. I'm not we anyway. But that sort of information would be really of high significance if the institution itself has to plan differently. And so to support this planning process that CIRO has put forward, we need also the information from member states. Let me thank the team for accepting the challenge at a very challenging time as well. So thank you, everybody, and thanks again for inviting me to this. Congratulations to Dr. Barbosa and the Secretariat.
Thank you, Dr. Etienne, for those words. Indeed, very encouraging. I think we're about time now, so we'll be wrapping up. And just to note, before we hand it over to Dr. Barbosa, to say that really the importance is not just having the evaluation report, but how we use it. And you've seen that, hope, and the commitment to continue with the implementation as presented here. Also, and to acknowledge again that leadership that we have had from the very onset, that this evaluation was needed and we need to conduct it and take the challenge as Dr. Etienne highlighted. So again, to our executive management, who was also commitment from the onset, from the time we were conceiving how will we conduct this evaluation, and of course the commitment across the House, because it really requires a whole organization approach to conduct the evaluation and the participation, as you saw from the numbers, from almost 1,000 staff members from across the 3 levels of the organization. With that said, Dr. Jarbas, hand it over to you.
Thank you, Ronnie. First, I want to thank our Director Emeritus. This is the second time that you have Dr. Etienne among us, I think that in 1 month, because we also invited her to participate in the event that we received and launched the final report of the High-Level Commission on Mental Health and COVID-19, another very important initiative that Dr. Etienne launched. And I think that's very important to recognize, because your leadership, Carlos, at that time, because as was mentioned, and you highlighted this, it was a very difficult time for PAHO. Second, that we had an event that no institution and no country was really prepared to respond. So to make the decision to start an evaluation, it's a brave decision, because you know that this evaluation will find many things that didn't work very well. I think that this is important, and I also like to, again, to encourage all the countries to perform an evaluation. From our side, as was mentioned by Ciro, by Ronnie, we are taking very seriously the recommendations. This was a very, very difficult time, but at the same time, in the process to adapt to the COVID-19 pandemic, we made many important changes in the administrative procedures, technical procedures, the incident management team, all the way that we communicate with it. So I think that all these things now needed to be incorporated in the regular emergency response of the organization. We cannot miss this opportunity. And so I think that this is really very important. Second, I think that is important also the mentions made by Canada and Argentina about how important it is to have this implementation now, and we want to, in the next meeting of the executive committee, to report about the implementation of the main findings that were presented by the team. I think that also is very important this topic raised by the president of our executive committee, Mr. Tufton, because and also by the team leader, Senor Enrique Grau, because this was not a regional public health emergency, it was a global public health emergency, and many global mechanisms and global decisions shaped our response. I will just mention one of them. One of the most important failures that we had during the pandemic was the lack of access or equitable access to vaccines, for instance. Of course, that we are very grateful to donors like the US, Spain, Canada, and others that donated the vaccines and the resources and funds. This was a very generous action that facilitated the access, and for many of our countries, these vaccines that we received through donation were the first doses that they were receiving. In Haiti, for instance, it was a donation that allowed us to have vaccines in Haiti and the other countries too. But we cannot rely on donations if we really need to be better prepared. Some countries at the time, they asked us, and we couldn't sometimes, Carissa, that was the director I was serving as assistant director, to clearly say that it really doesn't matter if it was the revolving fund, it was COVAX, or any other mechanism negotiating with the private companies that produce vaccines, because they didn't want to offer vaccines to these funds. They wanted to negotiate country by country, as they did, and if we don't have a different rule that I hope we will have in the new instrument, in another pandemic, the situation will be the same. You know that during the Mpox public health emergency, and the scale was totally different, but the vaccine producers also learned from the process. So when some member states asked PAHO to procure vaccines through the revolving fund for Mpox vaccine, the producer said, okay, but you want to be paid in advance. For this reason, inclusive, we are thinking about how to have a kind of emergency fund for vaccines that we are discussing internally and we will present for the governing bodies next year. But I think that this kind of lesson cannot be, it's not a secondary lesson that you learn during the pandemic. So of course, that this will be a membership decision during the World Health Assembly, but it will be very important to have these dramatic lessons that we learned during this pandemic reflected in the new instrument that the countries will approve in the World Health Assembly 2024. So I want to again thank you, and thank all the comments. Again, thank you the team. It is not easy to perform an evaluation about a so relevant public health situation in a short period of time, and then could provide a clear guidance for this organization about how we can improve and to better serve our member states. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jarvis, and that will end this special event. Thanks again for participating, and we hand over back to the Executive Committee. I can have lunch now.
a good break. So that's items 5.7, amendments to the statute of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information. So I bring to colleagues here document CE 172/23 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. Heidi Jimenez, legal counsel of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the table. And invite the president of the subcommittee, Program, Budget and Administration, to report on the item.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will proceed to read item 5.7, amendments to the statute of the Latin American Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information. The subcommittee reviewed a report setting out the proposed amendments to the statute of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information, which is known by its acronym BIREME. The subcommittee was informed that the amendments are necessary because of the relocation of BIREME from the campus of the Federal University of São Paulo in Brazil to commercial premises and the possible need to move the center's premises again at some point in the future. The subcommittee was also informed that the proposed amendments have been drafted in collaboration with the government of Brazil, which is the host for BIREME, that hosts BIREME. The subcommittee supported the proposed amendments. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report on this item.
Thank you very much for that. I will now yield the floor to Dr. Jimenez to present the item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. By way of background, I'm going to give you some details as to BIREME's history and the reasons that lead us to this proposed modification. As many of you know, BIREME is PAHO's specialized center for technical cooperation on health sciences information and communication for the region of the Americas. BIREME was established in 1967 in Sao Paulo, Brazil, to promote the development of national and regional capacity and infrastructure for the management, organization, indexing, preservation, and dissemination of scientific information, knowledge, and evidence, keeping abreast of international state-of-the-art methodologies and technology. PAHO's technical cooperation through BIREME has made a significant contribution to the dissemination of quality information in health information for this region. From its inception in 1967, BIREME had operated under the legal framework of a maintenance agreement that was subscribed by PAHO and the government of Brazil through the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education of Brazil, the State Secretariat of the State of Sao Paulo, and the Federal University of Sao Paulo, UNIFESP for its acronym, in whose campus BIREME was housed since 1967. In 2009, recognizing that BIREME's institutional framework did not adequately meet the center's governance, management, and financial needs, the 49th Directing Council of PAHO, through Resolution CD49R5, adopted a new statute for the center, which, among other things, established different categories of membership for the center and a new structure for the center. In addition to establishing this new statute for BIREME in 2009, PAHO member states also requested that the director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau undertake negotiations with the government of Brazil to conclude a new headquarters agreement for BIREME in order to better define the responsibilities of the government with regard to the maintenance of BIREME and to strengthen the center's privileges and immunities in that country. This resolution also requested PAHO's director to undertake negotiations with the university, Unifesp, in order to better accommodate the operations of BIREME in the university. However, negotiations with the University of Sao Paulo, the federal university at the time, did not progress. And in 2015, after almost 40 years of operations in the Federal University of Sao Paulo, the university notified PAHO and BIREME that it could no longer maintain BIREME's headquarters on its campus. As a result, in 2016, the organization relocated BIREME's facilities to rental premises in the state of Sao Paulo. In light of the changing circumstances since the adoption of BIREME statute in 2009, Articles 1 and Article 11 of the Statute of BIREME must be modified in order to account for the fact that the center is no longer physically housed on the campus of the Federal University of Sao Paulo, and to grant the Bureau the flexibility needed to relocate the center's facilities if necessary in the future. These proposed modifications have been developed in consultation with the governments of Brazil, taking into consideration also the feedback received from PAHO's subcommittee on planning programming, on PAHO planning and programming, as informed by the president of the SPVA, and also taking into consideration the feedback from BIREME's advisory committee. Mr. President, this concludes my presentation. I would be pleased to take any questions from member states. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The plenary is now, the floor is now open for any discussion and any questions. Okay, I see no indication of that, so I'm not sure if, Director, you want to comment further on what has been said?
No, very briefly, Mr. President, thank you. First, I want to thank Brazil for the continuous support to BIREME. BIREME started 50 years ago as a regional medicine library, but with all the changes in technology and access, now BIREME is a center specialized in sharing evidence for public health decisions, supporting countries about how they can provide the best use of the scientific evidence to implement the best practices in public health, also healthcare, and other very important issues. So I want to thank Brazil and other countries that have support, but mostly Brazil is responsible to provide this very generous contribution that benefits many countries now in Latin America and the Caribbean. Second, that this was a very straightforward decision, let's say, so it's to update the status, because the government of Brazil could face some legal problems, because in the agreement that established BIREME, as our legal counsel mentioned, it was established that BIREME should be part of this agreement was that BIREME should be in the facilities provided by the University of São Paulo. After many, many years of good collaboration, the University of São Paulo told the PAHO that they needed the space. So we need to move BIREME to another location, but in Brazil is supporting PAHO with voluntary contributions, paying the rent, but in the agreement there is no need to pay rental because it should be provided by the university. So I think that this will, first, to update the current situation, and of course to provide more flexibility for Brazil and the Brazilian government and PAHO to, if we need to change the venue of BIREME, it will be easier to do that. But we hope that with this also BIREME will be more confident that the situation now is more stable, and we will continue providing the very good technical cooperation that they are doing. Thank you.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Director Barbosa. At this point, given that this is a resolution, we're going to ask our rapporteur to present the proposed resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will read the draft resolution, proposed resolution, amendments to the statute of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information, VREMI, the 172nd session of the Executive Committee, PP, having reviewed the proposed modification of the statute of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information, VREMI, or Center, reviewed and recommended for adoption by the 17th session of the Subcommittee on Program Budget and Administration of the Executive Committee, held from 22nd to 23rd of March, as described in the document. Amendments to the statute of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information, VREMI, document CE 172/23, resolves OP to recommend that the 60th Directing Council approve the amendments to the statute of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information, VREMI, and adopt a resolution along the following lines. Amendments to the statute of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information, VREMI. The 60th Directing Council, PP1, having reviewed the proposed modification of the statute of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information, VREMI, or the Center, as described in the document, amendments to the statute of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information, VREMI, document CD60/PP2, considering that in 2015, after almost 50 years of Burmese residence at the Federal University of São Paulo, UNIFESP premises, the university notified the Pan American Health Organization that Burmese could no longer maintain its headquarters at the UNIFESP campus, for which in 2016 the Pan American Sanitary Bureau relocated Burmese facilities to rental premises in the city of São Paulo, PP3. Recognizing that in light of those events, the statute of Burmese needs to be modified to account for the fact that the center is no longer physically housed in the UNIFESP campus, and to grant the Bureau the flexibility to relocate the center's facilities as necessary. Resolves to approve the amendments to the statute of Burmese attached hereto as an integral part of this resolution. Appendix. I would ask you to please excuse us of reading the 8-page appendix, which is the proposed statute of Burmese.
Thank you very much. Okay, so you've heard the the draft resolution, and I therefore ask the plenary for any comments on the draft. If there are no comments, then I'll declare the resolution as being adopted. Thank you. So we move on now to item 7.4, status of access to sexual and reproductive health services. We'd like to bring document CE 172/INF/4 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. Susan Soraya, Director of Latin America Center for Perinatology, Women and Reproductive Health of the Pan American Health Organization, to come at the head table. And Dr. Cernarti will present the item.
Presidente, delegado.
Mr. President, delegates, colleagues, and Director,
During the 30th Pan American Sanitary Conference, member states requested the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to report on the status of access to sexual and reproductive health services in the region of the Americas. This report does comply with that objective and is reflected in resolutions and mandates adopted by member states, and in particular the strategy for universal access to health and universal health coverage, as well as the plan of action for the health for women's, children's, and adolescents' health. The document stresses that most of the countries have improved health coverage in reproductive health, which in the region reaches 81%, above the global average of 74%. However, these indicators show inequalities between and among the different countries in the region and also within other countries. Access barriers to health services are greater in populations in vulnerable conditions, and that implies that certain groups systematically show worse results in reproductive health. To deal with these inequities is essential in order to achieve universal health, to protect human rights, promote equality, gender equality, to fight against discrimination, and to improve the social determinants of health. The report reiterates the importance of a promotion and implementation of normative frameworks, policies, and regulations with an approach on primary health care, strengthening the capacity and the efficacy of the first level of care in integrated health networks, ensuring services with a comprehensive approach on health, sexuality, and reproduction. It is essential to strengthen intersectoral work and care protocols between the health areas, education, social protection, security, and justice for the implementation of these policies and integrated programs that will allow us to intervene on the social determinants of health and to respond to the breaching of social and sexual and reproductive rights. Likewise, it is essential to strengthen the political commitment that will ensure adequate and sustainable funding for the implementation of cost-effective intervention in the states, society, and for persons. PAHO's Secretariat wishes to express its gratitude to all member states for the contribution made to the document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now open the floor to the plenary for discussion. Any comments? I recognize the United States of America, and then Argentina, and then Uruguay. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States thanks PAHO for the report on the status of access to sexual and reproductive health services. The United States remains committed to advancing and protecting sexual and reproductive health and rights. The United States recognizes that sexual and reproductive health and rights and access to services are fundamental to achieving gender equity and equality and improving women's, children's, and adolescents' survival and health. Promoting reproductive empowerment and bodily autonomy, including through voluntary access to contraceptives and prevention of gender-based violence, remain key priorities for the United States. We wish to thank PAHO for their menu of recommended actions to address inequities in access to sexual and reproductive health services among all populations in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the United States, and I now ask Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, Argentina would like to thank the Secretariat for having included this item on the agenda, and the Latin American Perinatology and Women's Health and Reproductive Health Center for developing this document. We'd also like to express our gratitude for the points reflected in the document. We've included our comments as reached by consensus with the other countries of Mercosur in due course. We see the approach of the document saved in the monitoring and the production of information, which are essential for a strategic analysis and approach of the situation that will enable us to develop public policies based on evidence. We also welcome the reference made, and we suggest that future debates should contain a broader language from an approach of the rights of children and adolescents that will allow us to deal with unwanted and forced pregnancies by considering the phenomena that surround them and improving the work strategies and health policies. In connection with unwanted pregnancy in teenage years, our region has had and continues to move forward within the framework of access to sexual and reproductive rights, particularly in everything that has to do with reducing fertility in adolescents. However, we identify the presence of hurdles of different kinds in access by girls and adolescents to their sexual and reproductive rights and their whole health. We also stress sexual evidence as part of the social determinants of unwanted pregnancy and the importance of improving the model of care of sexual and reproductive health based on people and ensuring autonomy. We believe that it would be important for PAHO to establish the right criteria to deal in an integrated fashion with unwanted pregnancies in girls. As the document points out, this poses a multi-causal problem that demands, besides having an intersectoral approach, an approach that will consider the many oppressions and exclusions that converge in the life paths of girls and adolescents in the region. Last but not least, we agree on the need for including in the discussion the point of view of sexual diversity and new gender. We are ready and willing to share in the future the efforts deployed by the state of Argentina in order to promote the strengthening of the model of indicators that we have on this score. Once again, we'd like to thank the organization and all member states for facilitating this debate for the benefit of the mental, social, and psychosocial well-being of our populations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina, Uruguay, and then Brazil.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Uruguay would like to thank the Secretariat for the document on the status of access to sexual and reproductive health services. As was well stated by our colleague from Argentina, we're willing to share our contributions as we've done in Mercosur under their presidency. Uruguay defends and promotes sexual and reproductive rights as human rights of all populations without any discrimination. We promote the person, which is the object of rights, and a biopsychosocial unit. We provide comprehensive care in social and reproductive and sexual with a voluntary interruption of a pregnancy, contraception, universal, quality, free or low-cost contraception, integrated service to people living with HIV and trans people. I'd like to share with you the work we do in connection with adolescents, a point that was raised in this report. Our country has adequate access to sexual and reproductive health services for the adolescent population that did not suffer any disruptions in spite of the crisis during the pandemic. We've launched a campaign with different young people about the importance of immunization with HPV between the ages of 11 and 25. In connection with pregnancy in adolescents, we have a speedy drop in birth rate, bearing in mind that this is due to a reduction in pregnancies in adolescents. And this goes hand in hand with the National Strategy for the Prevention of Pregnancies of an interinstitutional nature, coordinated by the ministry by including subdermal contraceptive in the public, which is one of the actions of greatest impact. As something innovated, we've brought about an annual Congress on the health of adolescents, and a group of advisor adolescents has been created. They provide advice on this score in a space where they develop recommendations, and we prioritize the need for listening to what they have to say for the design and implementation of public policies on health addressed and devoted to this population. Thus, we make sure that the strategies and the issues to be discussed with the ministry focusing on the adolescents will have their participation. We then are very grateful for this document that places us in context in order to develop the necessary lines of action that will enable us to improve the situation in our countries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Uruguay, Brazil, and then Canada.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I make the point of taking the floor to add the voice of Brazil to those who support the treatment of sexual and reproductive health services in the organization, and those who believe that this discussion is necessary for the health and well-being of our populations. This is a report that is of great interest for Brazil, and we could delve deeper into some of the aspects that are mentioned in the report: the empowerment of women, the gender equality, and these points, and even the point between the difference between sexual and reproductive rights and sexual and reproductive rights and health. These are points that could be the object of a continuous, ongoing debate that we'd like to promote together with the organization. This should not be an isolated report. It should constitute the beginning of a debate with the member states by way of reports that could be much more focused on specific issues within that huge set, which is sexual and reproductive health. We see, for example, here a session that is devoted to colon cancer and cervical cancer, but there are many other diseases that could be individualized. In that regard, I would like to leave as a message from the Brazilian delegation a suggestion that in future meetings of the Executive Committee that annual reports be brought to our attention in connection with this issue, concentrating on specific aspects that would be of interest to the countries in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Cuba for their contribution, and then we can go back to Canada.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. Cuba supports the document presented, which we believe is of utmost importance in our country. Care is prioritized and differentiated in providing health services to children, women, concentrating on maternal and children's health. We ensure access to sexual and reproductive right and health services distributed throughout the national territory without any discrimination. No inequalities, no inequities, providing good attention that includes family planning and reproductive risks, access to safe abortion, prenatal care, and after that, the appropriate services based in pregnancy in women in fertile age, and thus to be able to have healthy planned pregnancies with the lowest risk possible, emphasizing prevention of pregnancies in adolescence. Prenatal care of quality in 100% of pregnant women enables us to improve the quality of life of mothers and children. The control of morbidity and maternal mortality aimed at improving the quality of the care and the indicators is done under the methodological guide of a special program that arose in 1980 and which is updated periodically. Likewise, the National Program for Integrated Health Services for Adolescents, very well prioritized, carries out promotion and prevention actions aimed at changing the main health problems of this important age group. We thus ratify our support for this document.
Thank you very much, Cuba. I'll now allow Canada to speak. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. President. Canada commends the PAHO Secretariat and CLAP in particular for the development of this paper. We acknowledge that this is a significant step towards identifying gaps and recommendations to increase access to sexual and reproductive health services in the region. This informational document identifies a number of important findings and gaps. To this extent, we hope the collection of data from a range of sources in the paper regarding the SR-HR situation in the region will be used as a basis for action by member states and by PAHO. Canada believes that advancing the sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls is a key way to support the empowerment of diverse groups of women and girls, to contribute to gender equality, and to address barriers and close gaps in access to services at all levels. Moreover, we recognize that access to sexual and reproductive health and rights is critical to advancing health and human rights. Lack of attention to SRHR contributes directly to maternal mortality, adolescent pregnancies, HIV and other STIs, as well as poor health and the disenfranchisement of women and girls. Once again, we thank the Secretariat for the presentation of this informational document.
Thank you very much, Canada. Okay, I'll now yield the floor to Dr. Serra to respond to the comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm sorry, Chile is asking for the floor, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chile, could you go ahead?
That's fine. I asked in the last minute. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Ministry of Health agrees with the measures recommended in this document, expressing the status of this access. However, we propose to include an additional recommendation in addition to what we have in the text, which will say that we ought to favor adaptation, care, and development of provision of services and/or digital strategies for the provision of sexual and reproductive health services. This is in keeping with the result triggered and brought about by the actions carried out and adopted during the COVID pandemic in order to maintain and optimize the delivery of services on sexual and reproductive services. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
The Secretariat wishes to thank you all for your suggestions and comments. Thank you.
Okay, Director.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gracias por toda.
Thank you for all these important contributions. It seems to me that it is important to hear from member states, from the U.S., Argentina, Brazil, Cuba, Canada, and Chile, and all those who spoke, expressing their position, their common position, that without ensuring broad access to sexual and reproductive health services for women in the region, we will not be able to make progress and move forward in terms of ensuring gender equality in the region. It seems to me that no doubt the report submitted, which was a request made by member states at the time, it was the group led by Argentina during the conference, but supported by all countries. It seems to me that it was possible to assess the progress made, but as was also stressed by you, the important challenges that we still face. I remember that in 2018, member states approved a very important resolution that had to deal with the health of women, children, girls, and adolescents. And I believe that we had last year already a report because this was midterm, but the pandemic has laid bare other aspects and other issues, and it is important to continue working on this assessment. This recommendation is very important to the effect of having updates, as Brazil said, by dealing with other issues that are important, because undoubtedly it is of great interest. And in my statement before the General Assembly of the OAS last week, I stressed that since we defend democracy and human rights in the region in a very firm way and aligned with the Pan-American Democratic Charter, we know that vulnerable groups, particularly women, and if these are women from the indigenous populations, Afro-descendants, and poor, they're especially vulnerable in the region, and we cannot have public policies that do not take into account the situation. So it seems to me that this is very important. Chile, we will take note of the recommendation that you offered. We cannot change the report because this is not a proposed resolution. But I suggest that we keep the report that was brought to the attention of the meeting. And secondly, we will take the very timely suggestion that you offer for future updates that will be made to this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. So let me inform the committee that the discussions will be noted in the final report, including, of course, the suggestions by Chile. I'll proceed now to the next item, item 7.1, progress reports of technical matters. I'd like to bring documents CE 172/info, INF/10 to the attention of the committee. This item consists of a series of progress reports. I propose we take each sub-item individually. So I'd like to bring to the following report to the attention of the committee. Sub-item A, PAHO Disease Elimination Initiative, a policy for an integrated sustainable approach to communicable diseases in the Americas, progress report, and ask Dr. Gidenelli, Interim Director of the Department of Communicable Disease Prevention, Control, and Elimination of the Pan American Sanitary Health Bureau, to come to the head table and present the item. Here he comes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Apologies, it was a little bit of a long tour. Distinguished delegates, Dr. Barbosa, today I will share with you a few highlights on the advances and progress of the Elimination Initiative that, as you may recall, was formally approved by the Directing Council in 2019, when a resolution was endorsed against a policy document presented at that time. So that concluded a relatively long preparatory phase with the original design and the early conceptualization of the initiative starting in 2015. And then soon afterwards, we had the pandemic. So during the years of the pandemic, we had to keep a relatively low profile, but we took advantage to regroup, and we went to a review of the data. We updated the list of candidates to elimination. I would like to recall that this is a fairly ambitious undertaking, which includes more than 30 conditions, infectious diseases, related conditions, consequences, and sequelae, to elimination by 2030. So we updated that list. We also published, including on some major international journals, the results of our conceptualization. And we also established a strategic and technical advisory group, bringing into that group some of the most distinguished researchers and public health experts of the region, just to make sure that we were aiming in the right direction. Then as we moved into the post-COVID phase, we capitalized literally on the great degree of lessons learned by disease control programs, the way they managed and they reacted to the limitations imposed by the pandemic. And we reoriented the Elimination Initiative towards two major objectives. The first, to make it clear that the Elimination Initiative will be a contributor to the health system strengthening, to the quest for the resilience of health systems, and certainly to the pandemic preparedness. And the second reorientation was to complete the alignment and the synergy that is indispensable if we are to eliminate all those conditions, alignment and synergy with the newly established Department of Social and Environmental Determinants of Health. And it's through the combination of these two factors that we have repositioned the initiative in the post-pandemic phase. Nevertheless, there have been some concrete achievements. We managed to certify the elimination of mother-to-child transmission in Dominica, HIV and syphilis, and malaria in El Salvador in 2021, despite all those limitations. And finally, we are also almost finalized an M&E framework, a monitoring and evaluation framework for the initiative that will be shortly presented to your attention, and which represents a very major piece of work, highly innovative in the selection of indicators, capitalizing on the very many indicators that have been endorsed by governing bodies. And finally, thank you, a latecomer to the Club of the Achievement of Elimination, that is Belize, that was certified. The announcement came out just a week or 10 days ago. So Belize has been validated for the elimination of malaria, joining them the number of countries that over the last 5 years have achieved elimination of malaria, 2 of them in Central America. The work continues. It's very much work in progress, and now with the strong prioritization given by Dr. Barbosa and the new administration, the new director of PAHO, we believe that there will be many more to add to the already significant palmarès of achievements of the region of the Americas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll now open the floor to the plenary for discussion, comments. I recognize the member from Brazil.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Brazil simply wanted to express its gratitude to the Secretariat for the report submitted. It is important to consider PAHO initiative for the Disease Elimination Initiative, a policy for an integrated, sustainable approach to communicable diseases in the Americas, and the progress report, society and economy of the communities affected. We do wish to follow up on the discussions that we held yesterday, Mr. President. I understand that with this plan of action of neglected diseases, 12 new diseases are to be included in the elimination initiative. And I'd like to ask, in view of that, and this is a question that I addressed to the Secretariat, what are the measures that the Secretariat will adapt in order to strengthen the initiative in such a way that it will be fully capable to comply with its mandate? Thank you.
Thank you very much. United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States commends PAHO for its leadership in the new approach to disease elimination in the region and implementation over the past 3 years. We appreciate that the policy builds on the successes in the Americas over the past century and set ambitious elimination targets, while also prioritizing the decentralization and integration of health services to ensure sustainability. Through PAHO's leadership and coordination, with the support of the member states throughout the region, we hope to see continued advancements to improve the health status of the region. The United States is committed to the elimination of these diseases, including cervical cancer and cholera, and we look forward to continued collaboration with PAHO and partners in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. U.S., Canada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Canada thanks the Secretariat for this progress report. We continue to recognize the importance of collective action towards achieving the eventual elimination of communicable diseases and remain supportive of this policy in its strategic direction. Canada acknowledges that the severity and sustained impact of COVID-19 has been an example of the rapidly changing world we live in and the effect of interrelated factors, including climate change and increased contact between humans and animals. As a result, Canada remains keen on strengthening its One Health approach by addressing the action tracks listed in the quadripartite One Health Joint Plan of Action and building collaboration and learning exchange opportunities with other countries in the Americas. To further advance communicable disease elimination, we note that the report outlines several key actions required. We consider that these actions could be strengthened to include explicit commitments to health equity, as we believe that taking action to advance health equity across all sectors of society and populations, including Indigenous peoples, will be a critical step towards the elimination of communicable diseases in the Americas. For example, providing integrated health services closer to people, families, and communities should be tailored to address the needs of communities and populations most affected by communicable diseases. We also note that in proposed action B, there is no mention of social determinants of health. Noting that strategic line of action 3 refers to addressing the environmental and social determinants of health, we would like to see clarity on why it does not appear in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. I see no other indication of persons wanting to speak, so I'll hand back to Dr. Hidinelli for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. President. And once again, thank you to distinguished delegates for your comments. I think more or less my answer goes in a similar direction. So one of the approaches that we are encouraging and implementing, I would say more than encouraging, is to promote interdepartmental collaboration, reflecting also the multi-sectorial complexities of this undertaking. We are also establishing a dedicated unit in the Office of the Director of Communicable Diseases to take specific care and continue coordinating the activities and action that are carried out by individual disease control programs. In a broader sense, we are, as I mentioned earlier, we are encouraging and promoting the collaboration with the newly established Department of Social and Environmental Determinants of Health, and we hope that by doing so we will reflect more consistently in our documentation, but also and primarily in our course of action, that joint approach with that important dimension of a problem. Certainly there is consideration to climate change. In fact, a couple of conditions that relate to environmental health are included in the list of candidates for elimination, and that is a way to also maintain traction on the group that deals directly with environmental health. And likewise, there is a great focus on One Health and the role that veterinary public health can play to contribute to the success of the initiative. And finally, there are also other, to go back to the question of Brazil, there are also other units that collaborate actively. Let me mention antimicrobial resistance and infection prevention and control, which are looked at as pillars to maintain effectiveness, to boost prevention of transmission of communicable diseases. So it's a little bit the result of all these interactions probably will contribute to this strengthening of the capacity of the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll ask Dr. Barbosa if he has any comments.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank the member states from Brazil, the USA, and Canada for these very positive reactions about the elimination initiative. As Dr. Giardelli mentioned, we are fully aware that the COVID-19 pandemic produced many negative impacts on TB, HIV, malaria, and many other programs that we have started. So for this reason, we are relaunching this initiative. I think that also we will have the opportunity to incorporate in this initiative many developments that we had during the pandemic. So, for instance, you have all the digital transformation process that can support also the elimination initiatives. We have more laboratory capacity that you really need to use to support also this initiative. And the idea is to present this comprehensive package of actions from the new strategies, from the incorporation of new technologies using the revolving funds that you have in PAHO, how we can provide a better coordination with primary health care in many of these activities, and also how we can address social determinants and equity from an equity perspective in our region. So we are working with the departments to prepare this proposal that we will be relaunching during the Directing Council in September. So, and I think that it also requires, of course, a very, very important political commitment for the countries. I think that the elimination is a challenge, because for many diseases that we are close to eliminate, sometimes the public opinion, the government, they don't think that this is a public health problem, because they started decreasing many years ago. But we cannot stop at this moment. We need to take opportunity of new technologies, new strategies. We need to transform the very successful demonstration projects that we have in our region in policies that are embedded in primary health care and can give that very important contribution from the health sector to reduce poverty and inequity in our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. I would like to inform the committee that the discussion will be reflected in the final report. So thank you very much. Thank you for that. We now turn to item 7.10, which is a continuation of what we had spoken about previously, progress reports on technical matters. So I'd like to now bring the following report to the committee. Sub-item B, strategy and plan of action on donation and equitable access to organ, tissue, and cell transplants, 2019-2030 progress report. And I ask Dr. Hector Castro, Interim Director of the Department of Innovation, Access to Medicines, and Health Technologies of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. He's here. And Dr. Castro will go right into presenting the particular item. Dr. Castro.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Director, esteemed colleagues. I am going to talk about the progress with the strategy and plan of action on donation and equitable access to organ, tissue, and cell transplants, 2019-2030. I should say that PAHO in the Americas is the only region of WHO that has such a plan of action and strategy in place. It bears mentioning it. We should be proud of having it. Having this leadership. This was a strategy that was passed by PAHO's Directing Council in 2019 through Resolution CD 5711, and it is to promote equitable access to organ, tissue, and cell transplants with lines of action such as strengthening stewardship of health authorities, governance, foster the availability of tissues, organs, and cells based on voluntary donation, to guarantee equitable access to transplants, and to improve the monitoring and surveillance information systems. The progress report underscores that we, on average, have had a rise in a number of the indicators. 27 different countries were chosen in the initiative, 20 key indicators, and we've been able to progress by 11% in these indicators despite the pandemic. As regards the 2019 baseline, there are some things in which we have performed well. The number of countries and territories with a regulatory and legal framework for donation has increased considerably. The number of countries and territories that have a national donation and a transplant system has grown, but we do still have limitations regionally regarding resources available for this task and the human talent charged with coordinating transplant systems, surveillance systems, and we've also found with the indicators and the follow-up on them that there are some countries that have the ones that have the highest level of development, Southern Cone and North America mostly. The vast majority of countries have made strides, but there are still some gaps in South America, to be closed, the Caribbean and Central American region being the region where the gaps are bigger, need to be closed. Now, COVID-19 pandemic, as you know, did have an effect on healthcare provision of services and the ability of, or the availability rather, of organ tissue and cell transplants. Before the pandemic, we had indicators about availability. We were at 10.3% availability for each inhabitant, or each 1,000 inhabitants, million inhabitants rather, for organ tissue and cell transplants. Progress has been made in legal frameworks, and the work that we've done with collaborating centers in Spain, for example, has been important for this. We've raised awareness among civil society. We still feel that there need to be more regulatory frameworks that are conducive to more donors, and more progress needs to be made to coordinate and to get all of the different systems for donations and transplants in the region to have a working system.
Dr. Castro, I now open the floor for the plenary for any comments, discussion. Argentina, I recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're grateful for this report on the strategy and plan of action on donation and equitable access to organ transplant to tissues and cells, 2019-2030. We have a single coordinating center for implants and excisions in Argentina, which coordinates with WHO on transplants and donations. The PAHO and WHO have worked very well together with the countries of the region. Now, on the topic of donations and transplants, we have drafted cooperation mechanisms or documents for South-South collaboration. Now, within Mercosur, there was created DONASUR, which is comprised of 15 countries, to record donations and transplants. We would encourage other countries to join this initiative, this registry that PAHO has already incorporated as a monitoring instrument for its strategic plan. Regarding the document, we think that this is an important role in national healthcare systems, that is to develop a system for donations to ensure a sufficient supply of organs for transplants, and also for a good performance of the health indicators in the system. Another key factor worthwhile considering is that there be a good record of this activity to ensure traceability of the processes, to ensure transparency, and for there to be sufficient information available, enabling designing better strategies for improvement. We would also like to underscore how important it is for there to be technical international cooperation available as a mechanism that would enable us to strengthen our capacities within our healthcare systems in our region on this subject matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina. And I will ask El Salvador to comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're grateful for this report. El Salvador has made strides in equitable access and donations of organs, tissues, and cells, and transplants. We thank PAHO for the technical assistance in putting together protocols and norms for implementing transplantation of tissues, cells, transplants, as well as strengthening governance on the national system of donation and transplants. A special law on transplants of human cells, tissues, and organs went into effect this year. The last details, last touches are being placed on this law. hopefully in the near future, we can add an additional center to the one we've already created. For public transplants, as far we agree with the lines of action, and we support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, El Salvador, and I recognize the member from Spain.
Thank you very much, President, for offering me the floor. I would just like to remind you that Spain did sign with PAHO the framework this year of an agreement to facilitate transplants and transplants of organs in the Americas, which shows our will to improve cooperation regarding legislation and information on professionals. There are 3 different activities underway to support the 2019-2030 Plan of Action. Spain's will is to be an ongoing ally in the region, and as you know, we have the good fortune of being one of the countries with showing the greatest leadership in transplants, and we are very pleased and happy to be able to share that with the region.
That's it. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so maybe Dr. Castro may have some.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to express thanks for all of the comments and for the support offered. As I said, the support of Spanish cooperation has been very important to establish the Ibero-American Institute for Transplants and South-South Cooperation. I thank you for your observations. The agreement is important. We do have to think about robust national healthcare systems, taking into account different components. The role of civil society is also important, that there be financing mechanisms, not just in talking about excision and implants of organs, but also those medications, immunosuppressors, to avoid rejection is also important, and the interprogrammatic work that we do at the department I'm in charge of right now to, through the strategic funds, ensure that countries can have access to those medications that need to be administered in a chronic and regular ongoing way. Thank you for your observations.
Thank you very much, and to Director Dr. Barbosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I gostaria de
I would like to express thanks for the comments made by Argentina, El Salvador, the information offered by the ambassador from Spain as well. Without a doubt, this is a topic that I think in many bilateral regions that I've held with ministers, the issue of organ donations is something which it has become clear that technical assistance does need to be strengthened to the national organ donation systems. This is something that has been a recurring theme in many of the discussions I've had with health ministers, that this does need to be strengthened, the ability to offer technical assistance on topics so important as this to countries, and I thank Spain for signing the Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU, the Minister of Health of Spain. I understand now she's a mayor. She left the Ministry of Health and ran for that office, but you have a very well-structured organ donation system and a long story of cooperating with the region on this. So I thank you very much. This will make it possible this year, next year, through 2030 rather, when the mandate of this plan of action concludes. Hopefully we can move forward with more swiftly and more decisively. Thank you.
So I would like to inform the committee that the discussion will be reflected in the final report. Thank you very much, Dr. Castro. And that concludes this particular item. We move now. Oh, okay. I'm being informed late in the day that we'll take a break at this point. All in favor of a break, say aye. Of course. So we'll take 15 minutes for coffee or tea. Thank you.
Biomanguinhos foi oficializado como um instituto produtor de imunobiológicos na década de 70. Desde então, Biomanguinhos vem junto com o Ministério da Saúde, Programa Nacional de Imunizações, a Organização Pan-Americana de Saúde, a OMS, como um dos fornecedores principais de vacinas na América Latina. E neste momento, nós estamos em fase de desenvolvimento da tecnologia da vacina em RNA, nessa nova plataforma. Então, estamos detalhando os equipamentos, os rendimentos, todos os resultados que são esperados, não é só em termos de produção, como em metodologias analíticas de controle de qualidade, com o intuito de, no próximo ano, já termos as primeiras etapas de escalonamento e produção, visando os estudos clínicos necessários para essa vacina.
Synergium Biotech es una empresa de biotecnología aquí en Argentina y nos dedicamos a la producción de vacunas principalmente y otros productos biotecnológicos. Synergium Biotech tiene ya hace 2 años una participación en el fondo rotatorio de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud con la vacuna antigripal justamente, y tener esta capacidad instalada acá nos permite desafiar y buscar otros proyectos que permitan traer otras tecnologías y otros productos a la región. Este fue un fit perfecto, es una vacuna o una tecnología de mRNA innovadora y en un proyecto empujado y promocionado por OMS, por MPP y por PAHO. Esto no es un proyecto, esto es un programa, esto es un inicio de un camino largo que nos va a traer, si Dios quiere, muchas opciones y muchas vacunas para la región. Creo que esta tecnología nos abre un gran campo de trabajo futuro y sin duda tiene que impactar fuertemente en la situación sanitaria de las Américas y que todo el mundo tenga acceso a las vacunas.
The Pan American Health Organization revolving funds are pooled procurement mechanisms that facilitate equitable access to life-saving health products in the Americas. The PAHO Strategic Fund is one of these mechanisms, focused on ensuring access to essential medicines and supplies. Leveraging multidisciplinary technical expertise, multilateral cooperation, and established partnerships across the Americas, the Strategic Fund improves access to quality, safe, and cost-effective treatments and diagnostics for a range of diseases, such as HIV, tuberculosis, leishmaniasis, hypertension, cancer, and more. But how does it work? The Strategic Fund facilitates end-to-end procurement, advising countries with the rational use of medical products, quantifying demand, consolidating orders so medicines and supplies can be procured in bulk at significantly lower prices. The Strategic Fund offers a 60-day interest-free credit line to support payments, coordinating and monitoring shipments. This has helped bring down the cost of medicines by up to 99%, while strengthening supply chain capabilities and ensuring all products meet international standards. The Strategic Fund has been shown to be an effective mechanism to support the COVID-19 pandemic response, helping rapidly deliver personal protective equipment, diagnostic tests, and critical care medicines, while also averting stockouts of routine health supplies for existing priority public health programs. This means the Strategic Fund can strengthen health system resilience by supporting both essential health services and emergency response efforts during future crises.
Vaccination Week in the Americas have been celebrated for 20 years. It's an annual celebration that aims to promote equity and access to vaccination for all people, no matter where they live or their socioeconomic situation. Everybody has the right to health, to vaccines, and to a healthier life.
Porque las vacunas salvan vidas.
Aunque estemos en COVID, la vacunación no para, la vacunación continúa.
Cada año y en solo una semana, este empuje sin igual por la salud, liderado por los países y apoyado por la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, logra vacunar alrededor de 50 millones de personas.
El desafío es grande porque nos trazamos metas.
A principal dificuldade são as distâncias.
Que los niños de nuestro país no vayan a morir por una enfermedad prevenible.
La forma de llegar a la casa y llegarle al usuario es muy importante.
Y se espera con ansias.
Hoy en día sé que es importante la vacuna.
Es muy importante vacunar a nuestros niños para el bien de nuestra familia.
Me tomo el tiempo de llevar a mi hijo a vacunar. Eso se llama responsabilidad y tenerle amor a sus hijos.
Cada uno de nosotros puede hacer algo. Tenemos que hacer nuestra parte.
Es lo más lindo que me pasó. Hago con mucho cariño, con mucho empeño mi trabajo y me gusta mucho.
Eu me sinto muito honrada de trabalhar porque eu sei que é programa que você tem resultados.
La salud no espera. Vacunémonos.
Vacúnate.
Uno todos los días está luchando para que nuestra población esté sana.
Por el bien de todos, en las Américas y en el mundo,
las vacunas son muy seguras y efectivas. Esta iniciativa se ha convertido en un ejemplo magnífico de lo que puede suceder cuando los países trabajan juntos.
Sabemos que una población sana es una garantía para un país fuerte.
Vaccination Week in the Americas demonstrates the political commitment of countries toward their immunization programs. Thanks to the joint efforts from more than 40 countries and their partners. In the past 20 years, more than 1 billion people have been vaccinated during Vaccination Week in the Americas, and different diseases have been eradicated in our region. Thanks to health workers, people in every corner get vaccinated. Today, we celebrate 20 years of Vaccination Week in the Americas. Are you fully vaccinated? Get all your shots.
¿Sabía que 1/3 de los presupuestos de salud se destina a la compra de medicamentos?
Altos costos, calidad insuficiente y productos poco disponibles en el mercado, además, pueden representar una carga extra para los presupuestos de salud y amenazar la sostenibilidad del sistema. Por eso, y a pedido de los países de las Américas, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud creó el Fondo Estratégico en el año 2000. El fondo es un mecanismo solidario para la compra conjunta de medicamentos e insumos de salud pública de calidad. Consolida la demanda de múltiples países, convoca a licitaciones internacionales y obtiene precios reducidos al adquirir grandes volúmenes del mismo producto. También apoya a los países para mejorar la planificación de la demanda y evitar desabastecimientos. ¿Qué productos se pueden adquirir? Más de 250, desde tratamientos para diversas enfermedades, transmisibles, no transmisibles y desatendidas, hasta equipos médicos, insumos y kits de diagnóstico. El Fondo Estratégico ofrece líneas de créditos a los países que lo necesiten a través de su cuenta de capitalización. El uso del fondo genera ahorros en los presupuestos de salud. En solo un año, un país ahorró $13 millones en la compra de medicamentos para VIH-Sida y tuberculosis. Todos los productos adquiridos a través del fondo son seguros, eficaces y de calidad garantizada. Para utilizar el fondo, los países, a través de sus ministerios de salud, deben firmar un convenio con la OPS. ¿Por qué hacerlo? Porque más y mejor acceso a medicamentos e insumos es clave para garantizar la salud para todas las personas en todas partes. Para conocer más, ingrese a www.pajo.org/Fondo Estratégico.
The history of Belize malaria fight has come a long way.
If you look at as far back as maybe the 70s, 80s, and 90s, you were looking at peak transmission times for malaria.
For example, I could recall times when I was in Orange Walk. It was very tedious. We would go out into the field, like from 6 in the morning, and visiting houses from village to village, and we would come back like at 10 at night, and still haven't visited all the people we needed to treat for that day. It was so prevalent in that time.
At the time, the program was more vertical and it was more of a malaria program.
We had our own budget, we had our own staff. We would manage a program from central level. That in itself gave the advantages of being able to maximize the effectiveness and the efficiency of the human resources, whereby you would ensure that they are working just on malaria.
Decentralization happened early 2000s, and what that entailed was giving authority to the various regional management teams that were put in place.
At that time, we faced some challenges in the sense that decentralizing the staff, then that means to say that supervision and the administration would fall under the regional management team, which we had some challenges there as to the skills of the management. What we did immediately is strengthen the skills of the new staff and those staff that we knew needed to improve their skills. So we had some training, very specific and continuous training. We ensured that all districts had the standard operating procedures, training manuals, operational manuals. That was key. And we would ensure that the surveillance would still be done as how it should be done, that the diagnosis and the treatment would still remain timely. At the headquarters, we continued providing that support, that technical support, that advice. We ensured the resources were there at the regional level for them to continue executing the strategies for malaria.
From my years of working in the program, malaria evolved from 1,000 plus cases early 2000 to 0 cases at present.
As the cases started reducing, we started working with more confidence in terms of this is actually achievable in terms of our goal of elimination. Over recent years, we've had the introduction of new tools locally. Insecticide-treated bed nets have been more affordable, So we introduced those, I would say maybe around 2009, 2010, and then we introduced a rapid diagnostic test, which initially was quite expensive and now it's more affordable in the region. So there was a reorientation of the health services towards moving from malaria control program. That started somewhere, I would say maybe around 2013, 2014. As you move towards elimination and you want to do things like risk stratification, micro-planning and things like that, these are things that you need to bring your people up to standard, and that's where the reorientation process takes place. So we developed the first strategic plan for malaria elimination in 2018. At the ministry level, we developed the strategic and operational plans. At the district level, they take the national operational plans and devise their own specific operational plans. And the key partners at their level that they're working with is multiple partners.
We've trained doctors, nurses, administrators, PCAs, every aspect, every level of care, so that we all remember malaria and we remember to test for it.
Did you know that 1/3 of health budgets are used to purchase medicines? High costs, insufficient quality, and hard-to-source products in the market are major barriers to access medicines and threaten the sustainability of the system. For this reason, and at the request of the countries of the Americas, the Pan American Health Organization in 2000 created the Strategic Fund. The fund is a mechanism for pooled procurement of quality medicines and public health supplies. It pools the demand of multiple countries, executes international tenders, and achieves reduced prices when purchasing large volumes of the same product. It also supports countries to improve demand planning and prevent stockouts of medicines and health supplies. What products can be purchased? More than 250, from treatments for various diseases, communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and neglected diseases, to medical devices, supplies, and diagnostic kits. The Strategic Fund provides lines of credit for countries when needed through its capital account. The use of the fund allows savings in health budgets. In just 1 year, one country saved $13 million in the procurement of medicines for HIV/AIDS and tuberculosis. All products procured through the strategic fund are safe, effective, and quality assured. To use the fund, countries through their ministries of health need to sign an agreement with PAHO. Why do this? Because improving access to medicines and supplies is key to guaranteeing health for all, everywhere. To learn more, visit www.paho.org/strategic fund.
I am.
We are.
All of us. Together.
This is who we are.
Our humanity. The hopes we share.
The struggles we face.
The stories that define us.
Individually, collectively, universally.
Every person,
family,
community.
We are happier when we have each other.
Healthier when we stand together.
Every one of us matters.
No one should be left behind.
We all have the same fundamental right
to health and happiness.
To the care we need.
Wherever we live.
Whatever we have or do not have.
Regardless of age,
race,
language,
culture, or circumstance.
This is our mission.
We stand together with all people.
In every community, every country, throughout the hemisphere.
Because we are healthier.
Together.
We are the Pan American Health Organization, working for health for everyone, everywhere.
¿Qué van a hacer aquí ahora?
Se vamos a vacunarse.
¿Qué vacuna les van a poner?
La gripal y la varicela.
Estamos muy contentos, es la 20ª semana de la vacunación de las Américas. Hemos estado presentes en 44 países, hemos estado alcanzando 139 millones de personas y aquí en Argentina la semana de vacunación tiene muchísima relevancia porque se vive desde hace muchos años, desde que empezó en realidad, y se vive a todos los niveles, y es lo que hemos visto durante esta semana, es decir, a nivel de gran ciudad de Buenos Aires, como también provincias.
Una semana muy intensa de trabajo, de concientización, de fortalecimiento en la vacunación, articulando con Nación, obviamente, con la OPS, con la representante de la OPS, y la verdad que ha sido muy emotivo lo que hemos hecho acá en Cafayate y en Animaná.
La Semana de Vacunación de las Américas número 20 en la región de las Américas y 11 mundial por el liderazgo de la región de las Américas en vacunación. Es muy importante para Argentina, siempre es muy significativo, es una fiesta, es una semana de fiesta en todo el país donde todos los integrantes del sistema de salud y los vacunadores y las vacunadoras tienen un rol enorme, pero se habla de algo que nos da mucho orgullo en Argentina, que es nuestro calendario de vacunación y la confianza que tiene la población en las vacunas. Es muy emocionante y da mucho orgullo.
Hay que continuar durante cada semana, durante cada mes, para asegurarnos que llegamos a recuperar ese calendario y con el acompañamiento del OPS estamos seguros que poco a poco iremos avanzando y lo iremos consiguiendo.
The Pan American Health Organization Revolving Funds offers 2 regional mechanisms to improve access to quality, safe, and cost-effective health products. One of them, the PAHO Revolving Fund for Access to Vaccines, helps countries and territories in the Americas access high-quality vaccine supplies in alignment with technical recommendations. But how does it work? based on the principles of quality, transparency, solidarity, and equity. The revolving fund groups countries' needs for vaccines and related supplies and procures them at affordable prices, offering an interest-free credit line, also coordinating international logistics and carefully monitoring every shipment and its cold chain. The revolving fund has over 40 years of experience and serves 41 countries and territories. Working hand in hand with the PAHO's technical program, it has contributed to major milestones in public health, such as the elimination of vaccine-preventable diseases in the Americas, including polio, rubella, and measles. It has helped countries to introduce vaccines like rotavirus, HPV, pneumococcal vaccines, and respond to health emergencies such as COVID-19 and monkeypox. In short, the revolving fund is a powerful mechanism created by the PAHO member states, and it contributes to their immunization goals in a sustainable way by overcoming barriers related to price, access, and quality.
and the corresponding strategy and plan of action to improve quality of care in health service delivery 2020-2025, with health systems and intersectoral care and patient safety. The progress report on the strategy and plan of action being presented here today notes that some progress has been made in member states, but many challenges remain. It further notes that the COVID-19 pandemic both impacted the capacity of countries to implement systemic improvements in quality of care in health service delivery, but at the same time facilitated accelerated innovations in some areas. The report provides an overview of advances in the implementation of 3 strategic lines of action and reports on the level of achievement of indicators in each line. The data presented in the report indicates that the implementation of the continuous processes to improve the quality of care in the delivery of comprehensive health services, the first strategic line of action, was significantly disrupted during the pandemic. The data we have presented on the disruption of essential health services during the update provided on COVID-19 earlier this week highlighted that impact on access, equity, and quality. In addition, slow progress has been made on interventions aimed at monitoring and evaluating the quality of care, which is a priority if permanent improvement processes are to be established. Nevertheless, some progress has been made in patient safety, infection prevention and control programs, and in the rational use of medicines and other health technologies. More significant advances have been reported by countries in the second line of action, strengthening governance and stewardship of health systems to promote a culture of quality improvement. During the pandemic period, the effective stewardship and governance of health systems was key in responding to the pandemic, coordinating intersectoral action and building societal resilience. 15 countries have advanced in the development and implementation of national policies and strategies or action plans aimed at improving the quality of comprehensive health services delivery. Aligned with this, the renewed framework for the essential public health functions currently in implementation of 14 countries has provided an opportunity to strengthen health system stewardship and governance capacities by addressing quality from a systemic intersectoral perspective. Finally, the strategy and plan of action calls on countries to increase dedicated financing to quality and health service delivery. 5 countries and territories reported some progress in implementing economic incentive policies linked to achievements in quality. However, we remain far from the target of 12 countries in this regard. While fiscal space for health now remains challenging in the post-pandemic period, we do note that countries are progressively increasing public financing in health, but still well below the benchmark of 6%. A number of actions are proposed to accelerate action in the implementation of the strategy and plan of action, including implementation of operational plans at the health services level that are aimed at improving quality of care and patient safety, and which include measurable process and outcome indicators. This also means strengthening the monitoring and evaluation of quality within countries, including through processes of inspection, auditing, and feedback. Finally, the report notes that during the post-COVID-19 pandemic recovery phase, emphasis must be placed on the urgency of redoubling efforts to improve quality of care and patient safety. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fitzgerald. And I now open the floor to the plenary for any comments, discussions. Okay. Allow 5 more seconds. None? Okay, thank you very much. I'm assuming you don't want to comment on the no comments. So what about you, Mr. Director? Any comments on this?
Very briefly, thank you, Mr. President. No, just to think that to recognize I think that the important effort made by the Health System and Service Department and our country offices to implementing this very strategic and plan of action about this very important topic related to improve quality of care in health service delivery. We are at this moment a little bit past the middle of the period. So I think that is important to increase the efforts and finalizing the implementation, so we will have not only the resolution being implemented, but also the health services having the health systems in our region receiving this technical cooperation on this very important matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. And just to inform members that the discussions, of course, to the extent that they have been had, will be reflected in the final report. So thank you for that. Thank you, Dr. Fitzgerald. We move on to progress report on technical matters, continuing 7.10, and we are now sub-item D, which is strategy for universal access to health and universal health coverage progress report. And Dr. Fitzgerald will, again, as the director of the Department of Health Systems and Services of the PAHO Sanitary Bureau, will present the item.
Thank you very much, Honourable President, delegates, Director Dr. Barbosa. In 2014, the 53rd Directing Council adopted this strategy on universal access to health and universal health coverage, which aims to ensure that all individuals and communities have access to comprehensive health services they need without incurring financial hardship. The document under consideration here today is a progress report on the advances made by countries in the implementation of this strategy. In the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, the strategy provides an important framework to strengthen and transform health systems with a view to addressing persistent challenges, many of which have been aggravated as a result of the pandemic. The progress report emphasizes that prior to the pandemic, the region was making good progress towards the achievement of universal access to health and universal health coverage, despite persistent systemic deficiencies and inequalities. It also reports that COVID-19 pandemic reversed the progress achieved while exposing and exacerbating the structural weaknesses of health systems as well as resultant inequalities. In the analysis of the progress made, we note that many countries have advanced in expanding access to comprehensive health services based on the primary healthcare approach. 34 PAHO member states are implementing strategies and plans of actions at this point in time to increase response capacity at the first level of care, and 18 countries have strengthened integrated health service delivery networks. The report also highlights the innovation in service delivery that occurred during the pandemic in the adaptation of models of care, digital health, hospital management, and procurement of services. Post-pandemic, 10 countries allocated additional funding for health system recovery. In the area of governance and stewardship, the report notes that countries have improved the political and technical capacity of health authorities to lead processes of change within health systems. Building on the declaration of Astana in 2019, and the report of the High-Level Commission on Universal Health, 40 Years of Alma Ata, many countries have now emphasized primary health care as the foundation for health systems transformation, consistent with the values of the right to health, equity, and solidarity. Health financing has been traditionally low in the Americas. Since the adoption of the strategy, countries have, however, increased public expenditure in health from an average of 3.7% to 4.7%, a significant increase as a percentage of GDP. The benchmark is, however, 6%. The report highlights also that out-of-pocket expenditures has marginally decreased, an important advance to support greater equity in health. Notwithstanding, catastrophic expenditures in health do remain high. Financial support from the main multilateral organizations to countries in Latin America and the Caribbean totaled more than $8 billion during the pandemic. But as the pandemic ends, a decrease in support from multilateral agencies is beginning to be observed, and fiscal space in health is expected to tighten, presenting challenges for countries to ensure recovery of the lost public health gains during the pandemic. Finally, the note reports that strengthening intersectoral coordination to address the social determinants of health remains a priority area for action. Based on the ongoing evaluations of the essential public health functions, additional efforts are needed in strengthening coordination and action between institutions in the health sector and other government sectors, both at the national and subnational level. The report provides a set of actions in order to accelerate and reach the targets set out in the Sustainable Development Goals relating to the achievement of universal health coverage. It notes the importance of strengthening primary care as a strategic approach and the organization of integrated health service delivery networks as a fundamental component of building resilience in health systems. It cites the need for improved resource allocation and continued investments in health systems, in particular to build the health workforce that is needed in this region. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Very important area. Thank you, Dr. Fitzgerald. I now open the floor to the plenary for any contribution. I recognize the United States of America and then Chile.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States appreciates PAHO and member states' efforts to advance progress to achieve universal health through primary care. Investing in primary health care is key to enabling countries to build healthy families, stable communities, and productive economies. Strong and sustainable primary health care safeguards public health as well as national and global health security. For the United States, the essence of universal health coverage is access to an effective, strong, and resilient, people-centered health care delivery system with primary care at its foundation. The report highlights the need for reinvestment in primary health care. Member states face a critical inflection point in recommitting to investing in essential health services, including sexual and reproductive health, to accelerate our collective progress towards universal health coverage. We know reaching ambitious targets depends on continued collaboration and coordination and requires bolder action to ensure the inclusion of historically marginalized and excluded populations. We strongly encourage the inclusion of civil society, community, faith-based, and private sector organizations as partners, including youth populations and indigenous traditional structures. Incorporating these groups is critical to a whole-of-society approach, and countries should work to ensure they have the support of the various communities they serve. We appreciate the call for synergy with pandemic recovery in the report. Resilient health systems are better positioned to achieve equitable resilience of individuals and communities when they leverage cross-system approaches, working with a multi-sector approach to proactively address foundational and long-standing inequities. Finally, as we look forward to health-related UN high-level meetings this year, we encourage member states to coordinate across the 3 health meetings to promote a coherent, ambitious, and action-oriented global response. We also emphasize the need to engage all stakeholders and all relevant sectors to get back on track towards reaching the Sustainable Development Goals, including SDG 3. We appreciate the Director's call to continue momentum to advance universal health through primary care in the region through actionable targets. With that, we thank you.
Thank you very much. U.S. Chile, please.
Thank you very much, President. Chile has an ongoing reform of the health sector at present, where access to health and primary care is the key to address health issues among our population. At present, there is before the Congress of the Nation proposed amendments to the legislation that would allow us to expand access for the entire population to primary care, a situation that is not currently possible given the distinction made between people with private health care insurance and those that have public insurance. The political change and the financial change, as well as the legal change, means that the entire population will have access to primary health care. This obviously will require structural changes to financing as well, but these are contemplated in the proposal before Congress. I am therefore grateful for this document presented by PAHO because it supports what we are attempting to do in the country. Allow me also to refer to the progress report on the strategy and plan of action having to do with quality. We want to acknowledge the strides made in the region, as well as the challenges identified in the presentation we just heard. we believe it is timely to seek an extension of the validity of the strategy and plan of action, making it valid through 2030, because this would allow us to correctly align ourselves to the global plan of the World Health Organization, patient safety, that ends in precisely that year, 2030. Lastly, I'd like to point out and call upon you or invite you to the Patient Security Global Safety meeting that will be held in Chile in April 2024. Chile will be the host country for this 7th meeting of patient safety, a global meeting, as I said. In this context, the extension I just suggested through 2030 for the validity of the strategy and plan of action becomes even more timely and appropriate, because we'd be able to maintain a constant focus on improving the quality and safety for patients both nationally and internationally. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much, Chile. I now hand the floor to the delegate from Cuba.
Thank you, President. We endorse the document presented, its principles and precepts as described in the same. It is necessary to reaffirm the international need to invest in health, and this means investing in development. It's important to consider the experiences gained through COVID-19 that can enrich the document. We believe more specific measures need to be adopted to strengthen international partnerships, which can result in greater opportunities to achieve health coverage in countries who are not able to achieve that as of yet. We see full recognition of the Cuban health programs, and in particular the family program as adopted and what is contained in the document. Cuba has an experience of over 6 decades developing a universal health system with full coverage for health, and 40 years that it has been implementing the family medicine program and primary health care. It is a benchmark for many, but still, as a model, we are still perfecting it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, member from Cuba. And I don't see any other indication to speak, so I hand back to Dr. Fitzgerald for any comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to all the member states for your comments on this report. I think what we're hearing from you is that the primary healthcare approach is really constituting the principal foundational mechanism by which, in a post-pandemic context, countries can really increase access, ensure comprehensiveness in terms of the provision of services, irrespective of whether it's maternal health, child health, immunization, NCDs, control of communicable diseases, but also health promotion and linkages with social protection. This is the mechanism by which we need to move forward to build a foundation of resilience within our health systems. I think also what's become very apparent listening to the countries here, but also in our discussions and preparations of this report, that the territorial approach is now extremely important. That we work not just at the national levels or the subnational level, but we begin to look at territories, distinct populations, families and communities that live there, their particular needs within those territories and how we address them, including addressing the social determinants of health. And this has to be encompassed within the strategy to expand primary health care. Obviously, in some areas, in particularly rural areas or other underserved areas where we have specific challenges that we discussed earlier during the week relating to health workforce, the leveraging of digital health technologies and other particular strategies are going to be extremely useful for us. And I think this is really the new paradigm of what primary health care will look like moving forward. Far more comprehensive, far more integrated within a network of health service delivery, far more focused on the needs of particular territories, communities and families that are in there. So thank you for that. A couple of comments. Thank you for the reminder on the UN high-level meeting. We have disseminated information to all our country offices, to all countries through our country offices on the UN high-level meetings and the proposed draft declarations. Is extremely important meeting because it follows on the 2019 meeting on universal health coverage. And we really urge all countries to participate and engage actively in that meeting in New York in September. Thank you, Cuba, for noting the report on the need to potentially include additional information on the alliances. One of our key alliances, I think, that we have been we have worked with WHOs around the Universal Health Coverage Partnership and the funding that has come through a series of partners in that partnership to strengthen health systems at the national level. And we are aware that Cuba is participating actively in that. And we are looking also, we're learning from the pandemic, it's very key that our multilateral financing institutions and other partners across the region are key partners in the discussion around health sector transformation, strengthening health systems, and the progressive movement towards the realization of universal access to health and universal health coverage. And so I think we've really built very solid relationships with these partners, and we'll continue to do so as we look forward to really expanding our actions in primary health care this year as well. And we hope to be able to invite you to a meeting in Uruguay in December, where we will be actually convening around specific issues of investment, innovation, and implementation of primary health care with some of those key partners. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Fitzgerald, and I now invite the Director General to make any comments.
Gracias, President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'll be very brief because I think we have heard everything we needed to hear, and in a very detailed fashion with regard to what the United States, Chile, and Cuba have offered. I congratulate the U.S. point and on the questions of civil society contribution. Thanks very much. And also the need to strengthen primary care. Points well taken. This resolution, which was adopted back in 2014, it bears remembering, had a different perspective, perhaps, to the one we have today in the Americas. I think our region now, has a vanguard, a really forward-looking position. And we're not only talking here about universal coverage, understand. We're talking about access. It's all fine and well to have the coverage and have that enshrined in the law. That's important, certainly. But you got to take stock of what the possible barriers are, what is possibly blocking people, particularly the poorest people, Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, the people who are most vulnerable. We know who they are. What is keeping them from having the access that they should have? And that's, I think, a position that our region rightly is assessing. The other point is this. We well know the increases and advances that there have been since the historic Alma Ata Declaration. But what is the concept of primary care? Not that we just need to think of maternal child health. Certainly it's important, needless to say. But hey, we've got to look again at the more complex epidemiological situation we live with today. Non-communicable chronic diseases, mental health, people who are vulnerable to accidents and violence, etc., and not to mention climate change. It's a pretty long list, and I think we do well to focus on these things. And last but not least, let us take good note, as we do, of the strides that are being made by many, many member states sitting here to improve their primary health. I had the opportunity to visit in Chile, for instance, the project on the broadening of universal access to primary care. Number of other countries, Bolivia, Mexico, several others in the region have asked technical cooperation of this organization specifically on those points. And that's a good thing. And I think, as we have said, and I'll say again, in September, there will be the UNGA, the United Nations General Assembly, and there'll be an opportunity to focus on these things and to take to Uruguay what the banks should be supporting. Hospitals, yes, of course, hospitals. Building hospitals, providing equipment, etc., and the various specialized networks of care. We get that. But particularly sharp focus on primary care and financing for that, so that we know that primary care is as definitive and helpful as it can be, and close to the people who most need it, and capable of resolving the issues, because that's going to be the bedrock for moving on to the more essential services that have also to be there. The idea being to make sure that the efficacy of this use of resources is as good as possible in health. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Director General. If I may, just to exercise Chairman's privilege, just to endorse what you have just said and the report on others, as a small islander, but also one who looks at health in a much broad-based way. This concept of community health care has to be the way forward. The scourge of NCDs, lifestyle issues, is uncontrollable at the curative level in terms of cost, in terms of hospital capacity, in terms of doctors. You have to stave it off at the community level, which means taking the message and the services to the communities. So I say I fully endorse and ditto to what has been said, and we really need to redouble our efforts there. Thank you very much, and the comments will be reflected in the final report. We move on to sub-item E, that's 7.10, and this sub-item E is Strategy and Plan of Action on Ethnicity and Health, 2019-2025, Progress Report, and I'll ask Dr. Igmans, Director of Department of Social and Environmental Determinants for Health Equity of the Pan American Health Bureau, Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. Okay, she's here, and to present the item. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. President, distinguished delegates, Director Dr. Barbosa. It is my pleasure to introduce the Progress Report on the Strategy and Plan of Action on Ethnicity and Health, 2019-2025. This strategy and plan of action and its resolution were adopted by the 57th Directing Council in 2019 and include specific targets and goals for the period until 2025. This strategy and plan of action follow a policy on ethnicity and health, which was adopted in 2017 and which aimed at promoting the necessary measures to guarantee an intercultural approach to healthcare and services. The region of the Americas is the first World Health Organization region to adopt a strategy and plan of action of this kind. It marks a milestone in the acceptance of the needs to address marginalization and discrimination based on ethnicity, since in interaction with social and structural determinants such as gender and socioeconomic status, this produces inequities in the field of health. Despite many efforts from member states to ensure that all individuals and communities have access without any type of discrimination to comprehensive, adequate, timely and quality health services, members of certain ethnic groups, including indigenous, Afro-descendant and Roma populations, continue to face situations of inequality, discrimination and social exclusion. The lack of ethnic variables in the health information system and the lack of disaggregated data that are needed to obtain an accurate picture of the health situation of these populations makes it difficult to assess progress. And it also hampers the design and the implementation of evidence-based public policies. The report shows that despite the efforts from countries to put in place mechanisms to disaggregate health data by ethnic origin, these have not been implemented systematically, and ethnicity is identified in different ways in censuses, health records, and surveys in different countries. The progress report also shows limited progress in the alliances and the participation of communities in developing policies and actions, the policies that affect their own health. The information that has been officially collected from countries reflects the need to continue working using an intercultural approach to address the health needs of the different ethnic groups. It's also necessary to strengthen engagement with strategic partners and members of the different communities to ensure coherent strategies and policies to effectively address the conditions that affect health and well-being of some of the populations that most have been left behind. The information collected also shows little progress in the recognition of ancestral knowledge, essential for tapping the potential of traditional medicine to contribute to universal health. Integrating traditional knowledge and medicine in national health systems and services and the adaptation of self-care intervention with an intercultural approach is crucial. A full description of progress of each indicator is included in the report. The COVID pandemic has put in focus the important inequities in our region and has shown that there is a need for differentiated approaches when addressing the health needs of the various ethnic groups, which need to take in consideration their unique ways of living in their territories, as well as the use of traditional and ancestral medicine. It's important to continue strengthening culturally adequate health services and build capacity and promoting the implementation of effective tools that have been developed together with the member states, such as the knowledge dialogues. Addressing ethnic inequities within the context of social determinants of health will allow effective interventions toward equity in health. Indigenous populations and Afro-descendants, as well as other ethnic groups, face many challenges. An intersectional approach will allow working towards equity and health, addressing the variety of conditions, including gender-related conditions that these populations face. The Bureau will continue to provide technical cooperation to the Member States to ensure, in different national contexts, a human rights-based approach in the work that address the health situations of Indigenous and Afro-descendant populations. The Secretariat will also continue to provide technical support to the Member States to improve the disaggregated data collection, which remains a priority. The engagement with strategic mechanisms, including the UN Permanent Forum for Indigenous Peoples and on people of African descent, have been very important in this context. This region has traditionally shown leadership in this area, as was evident again recently through the resolution on health of indigenous peoples during the recent World Health Assembly proposed by Brazil and supported by many member states of this region. This was an unprecedented resolution, which was unanimously approved. We are at a critical moment to urgently and strategically advance the ethnicity agenda and to ensure that we meet the goals of the strategy in 2025 and to improve the health of those who have been left behind. Thank you for your attention, and comments are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now open the floor to the plenary for any comments, discussion. I see Brazil, and then Argentina, and then Chile. Thank you. Brazil.
I thank you, Mr. President. Brazil wishes to express its appreciation for this report on the Strategy and Plan of Action on Ethnicity and Health 2019-2025, which underscores the crucial need to understand the social determinants, environmental determinants, and the impact of potential discrimination in this context. We've noted particularly the progress, or rather, the speaker corrects himself, the lack of progress achieved in achieving the goals that have been set forth in the plan of action. And this, in fact, has prompted us to think hard about how we might tackle this differently. How can we move the ball forward? It isn't surely that there's a lack of interest in these issues that are clearly important. And I'm wondering whether one way forward to get the thing going more quickly might not be to mobilize, not only at the governmental level, but among the representatives of civil society who at the end of the day are the ones on the front lines, the representatives of the indigenous peoples and community peoples, other ethnic groups that are traditionally discriminated against. Who really have a lot at stake. Maybe they could be rallied to step forward in order to help us meet this important agenda. Anyhow, with that in mind, we would have a proposal here from Minister Anissa Trinidadji in the sense that a meeting, a gathering of the Americas on health and ethnicity, health and race, let's call it health and ethnicity, might be organized in the broadest sense. That would be a forum, a meeting at which we might do well to put our heads together and see what we could come up with, not only governments, but I say again, representatives of the most involved groups, academia certainly, and other interested parties, but most importantly, the people who are on the front lines and who are facing that difficulty and living it in the Americas, so that together we can juggle the issues and see how we can move the matter forward. Brazil could certainly offer its support for moving that initiative forward if the other member states think it's of interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Argentina takes good note of this document, and we are very pleased that this region is the first to adopt a strategy and plan of action on this issue. Our country has a national health plan for indigenous peoples already in place, and it focuses particularly on the issues that affect indigenous health, particularly women of indigenous nature, and health issues from an intercultural standpoint. Our objectives are to improve health coverage and accessibility to the public health by indigenous peoples throughout the country from an intercultural perspective, and to strengthen the primary level of care through proper financing, and especially on scholarships, information for heads of indigenous communities and other intercultural workers. We think the implementation of public health matters in intercultural groups has to be and properly should be backed at the national level, and this is what we have sought to do, to foster better intercultural dialogue among these communities, to build consensus, mutual respect, and the seeking and identifying of good crossroads and complementary and traditional medicine where it is important so to do. We think that internationally and nationally we do well to recognize the indigenous peoples in this hemisphere as rights holders who are properly the emphasis of our attention, as we do in terms of health, human rights in general. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chile has about 10% of its population that is known to be of indigenous origin. These are indigenous peoples, and there are various different ethnicities, it's not all one, distributed both of the long length. Chile's a long country, as we know, and width, such as it is, of the country. They're everywhere, from north to south and east to west. In the north, we have, for instance, the Aymara population, well known at the banks of the mountains, and south we have the Colla population, which comes from a different origin altogether. Closer to the Quechuas, that southern group. The ambassador of the OAS, my ambassador of the OAS, tells us Puche, Aymara, Rani, Quechua, Colla, Dayico, Chango, Cahuespet, Yagan, and Silman. All of these peoples are spread throughout, I say again, the long length and width of Chile. And as I said at the beginning, more than 10% of the Chilean population is indigenous. Now, amongst themselves, it has to be said, there are difficulties that they have encountered in making themselves known and properly registered in our health records. The national health records do include the mention of original group, but not all of them identify with whatever it is that they have been identified to be. So there's a question of agreeing with the classification in which they find themselves. In any event, this has made it a little more challenging and more difficult to offer health coverage that is sensitive culturally. That's what we're talking about. So there's work to be done here. And more attention to people's own definition of their ethnicity and notion of which original people is theirs, because we've got any number, as I just mentioned very quickly. Now, here it is. The commitment of the Chilean government is to afford the proper instrument to ease work with the intercultural indigenous needs, taking into account all of the variables I've just mentioned, understanding that historically these groups have had difficulty being covered culturally and from the health standpoint, except at very local levels. And so it is difficult at the central level to be sure in each one of its health offices that there are sufficient experts who know those peoples, who speak the languages, and who are sensitive to, you understand, the cultural issues that matter to the different groups, because we want to know them to be able better to serve them. Now, we do have a regulation, we have a code that sets forth how access to medicine in the indigenous communities should be afforded. Beyond that, however, as Objective 5.1 of the document rightly points out, we understand we need to further strengthen the institutional community ability to better appreciate and respect the ethnic and health binomial. Thank you.
For that very informative intervention. I now yield the floor to Dr. Hitchmans to respond to the comments that have been made so far.
Muchas gracias por la intervención.
I thank you very much, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, for your statements. And by the way, congratulations on the significant progress that has been noted in each of your respective countries regarding facilitating better access to health and to services with and for the indigenous communities, and beginning with registers and everything that's involved. I particularly want to applaud the proposal that the delegation of Brazil has offered. Excellent initiative of really underscoring the political will to move on this agenda. And we think that initiative makes an awful lot of sense, to have a meeting at which the political leaders, civil society, academe, and the ethnic groups involved themselves would be excellent for the region. And indeed, this organization would be honored to collaborate with you to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now invite our Director General to comment on if he so desires.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gostaria de agradecer.
I must thank Brazil, Chile, and Argentina for their respective statements on this very important issue. It was back in 2019 that the resolution was adopted, and as of that moment, and from before, but certainly since then, the barriers to health services, even basic health services, were noted, and they have been found to be very much linked to stigma, ethnicity, difficulties of access, all of those components that we know well. Those barriers don't exist in a vacuum. And by the way, they were exacerbated during the pandemic. As subdirector, underdirector, assistant director, you will understand that I was called upon and was honored to meet with a number of different ethnic leaders in the subregions, and also to call a meeting that turned out to be very, very useful, at which ministries of health and, of course, representatives of these indigenous and other ethnicities were invited. and it turned out to be a good thing. Everyone agreed that it was very good to hone in on the access of those populations to services in an atmosphere of respect for their traditions, for their historic traditions, for who they are, politically, religiously, and health-wise, a better understanding of who these communities are, because we wanted to be sure to be moving forward, particularly in terms of better acceptance of vaccination. But it was a broad agenda, and I think that now, with the approval of this resolution on the part of the World Health Assembly, we're in a better position. And so this proposal that Brazil has made is very welcome. And we would be very eager to see how we can really move on the progress that has been made and lessons learned from the pandemic, especially, as we seek to move forward from there. And the idea being that we are ever more equitable, fair, and even-handed in the health services that we're offering people in general. Access, equitable access, is the name of the game. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. So I'd like to inform the committee, much has been said, the discussions will be reflected in the final report. Thank you very much. I'm being guided, but I think we'll go on to another one, maybe two, depending. Okay, so we'll play it by ear. So we'll move to sub-item F, that is item 7.10, which is under the heading Progress Reports on Technical Matters. Sub-item F is Cooperation for Health Development in the Americas, Progress Report, and we'll ask Dr. Herta, Head of Country and Sub-Regional Coordination Office of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. Oh, she's here, and ask her to present her item. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Executive Committee. This progress report is a matter of meeting resolution CD 2515 of 2013, through which we approved the policy to follow with regard to the development of sanitary policy in the Americas, and through which the Pan American Bureau was asked to offer regional, and I should say several reports through progress reports for the year, and this is the fourth of the same. The Bureau has activities in three main areas of work: convening effect, promotion of the cause itself, intermediation, exchange of knowledge, and the generation of alliances and resource mobilization. The Bureau is certain that collaboration amongst peoples and the exchange of experiences and lessons learned is absolutely fundamental if we wish to move forward on the priority goals of health in the Americas, and that is why we have continued to support this modality in the region, including the mobilization of resources and initiatives that are financed. We've also redoubled our efforts in our cooperation with the United Nations system in order to improve South-South and triangular means of working on the advances of health and its determinants, with South-South and the UN and triangular help also for sustainable development. In that regard, PAHO has made a particular emphasis on South-South fora organized by the UN, particularly in its Office on South-South Cooperation. But we also work through the rest of the UN system in its annual report produced by the Secretary General in its annual report on South-South Cooperation. I'd like to state that the presence of the World Health Organization has stated that PAHO is the second region of the entire WHO region with the highest representation of countries with both South-South and triangular cooperation. That is very heartening, and we can only hope to strengthen that modality of cooperation in the organization and between and among countries. During the pandemic, we saw how important the role of intermediation was and how critical it was for countries to get together, to have that South-South and triangular means of communicating that would be as open as possible in order to resolve issues of diplomacy as they arose. Until, for instance, loans for the acquisition of medicine. Very often, the very transport of that medication was almost impossible to make, but loans were made in an open and a more open. We're talking about antivirals and numbers of other medications, vaccine donations, medical inputs, exchange of technical experience, training in various areas, communication instruments, just to mention but these. There are other elements as well. But yet another element that we're pleased to say has been strengthened is the publication of best practices among the countries in the region, as well as vis-à-vis cooperation with sub-regional organizations and with other regions in the world. In like manner, we have made inroads on our institutional programmatic programs for the 4th consecutive year. We here, PAHO, together with the UN Office on Disaster Risk Management and South-South Cooperation and WHO, have participated in a course precisely to beef up our technical capacity locally, our response to emergencies, and in order to derive the best possible from such South-South cooperation and lessons learned from the pandemic. More than 6,000 people worldwide have participated in that course. Matter of fact, just over a week ago, we held the very last of that sort, of course. The member states have pointed out that in order to broach and tackle global risks, cooperation is essential. That's really a no-brainer. But here's a modality that is of particular interest. Why? Because it's flexible, because it leads to reduce the inequities among countries. We know as a result of this pandemic that access to health technology, the access to medication, to vaccination, digital transformation, and other basic elements are absolutely key in this post-COVID era. And here's where better cooperation amongst countries can make the difference, so that together we're in a better position to tackle the present and the future challenges. Mr. President, very quickly, let me end by underscoring the importance of the spirit of Pan-Americanism and the solidarity that is at the heart of our organization, a noble organization. It really is. And we can only urge the member states to keep at it, to boost cooperation among countries, and to make universal health in the region a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now open the floor to the plenary for any comments, discussions. I recognize Argentina. Please go ahead.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. Argentina notes this report, recognizing in particular, as the document points out, the cooperation between our country and CARICOM to strengthen national and regional capacities for the detection and surveillance of antimicrobial resistance in Caribbean countries. The sharing of knowledge between regions is also deemed very valuable. We wanted to underscore the course on global health given by Fiocruz with experts from different organizations and countries. Several officials of our country and other countries in the region have attended these courses. These opportunities for learning and dialogue are extremely important to encourage sharing experiences on aspects having to do with global health. So we ask the organization to continue promoting these opportunities for lessons through the international offices in our region that will contribute to greater participation both in the governance areas as well as other bodies for regional and international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comment? Oh, yes, I see El Salvador. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, President. We note the report. And quite honestly, we have witnessed the fact that during the pandemic and now in the post-pandemic period, PAHO has functioned in different areas and not merely COVID, but also in providing support for integration among the countries of the region. Frequently, I personally have requested of the PAHO office support through the provision of vaccines and medicines. This has truly facilitated our work to protect our population, which is the ultimate goal after all. I do believe that we ought to continue along this same path, strengthening links, because health has no borders, no politics either, or at least we consider that health should not be used politically. And from this point of view, we have worked very well. We have established relations with other member states of PAHO, and we urge that other member states do the same. They work along these same lines so that we can all collaborate in order to move forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I recognize Cuba.
Thank you, President. We'd like to ratify the importance of PAHO for the region when it comes to technical cooperation and as a specialized agency of the highest level when it comes to health. Compared to other regions, there is no agency for technical cooperation such as PAHO that has worked in the way this organization has over the past years. PAHO is the prime factor for assistance that we have given any emergency, given any unexpected situation. But also when it comes to permanent technical advice, it is a real solid support for the health systems in our country in all topics that are needed by the countries. When we see what's been done by cooperation and the direction we are taking, I do believe it is timely to ratify this yet again. The potential for cooperation has also been used not only by availing oneself of the very strength of the technical personnel and PAHO's experience, but also what exists in the countries. As El Salvador pointed out, countries do have many strengths, and through PAHO, these can be socialized in such a way as to benefit those that have a need. So those countries with technical strength or human resources can help the countries that are needy in such areas, and PAHO can play a very important role to continue moving forward in this direction within the region. So once again, I congratulate PAHO for the role it has played.
Thank you very much, Cuba. And I see no other indication of intention to speak, so I now ask Mrs. Berta to comment on what has been said.
Thank you very much, and we're very grateful for the comments of Argentina, El Salvador, and Cuba. We are well aware of the tremendous role played by the capacity of the countries, the ministries of health, and what they're able to offer to other countries in the region in learning, not only when it comes to the pandemic, but all other health issues. We note your comments, we're grateful for them, and we will continue along this path because we truly do see the value of South-South and triangular cooperation that we will continue promoting and encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now ask the director if he has any comments to do so now.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I would also like to thank Argentina, El Salvador, and Cuba for their comments. As El Salvador and Cuba clearly pointed out, One of the important roles for PAHO is precisely to facilitate South-South cooperation in the region, as well as bilateral, trilateral, multilateral actions to take advantage of the capacities that are available in the region and in many of the countries in different areas. And these can facilitate implementation of initiatives. This is indeed one of the areas where PAHO can and does actually use the structure provided by our presence in the country. We've become facilitator of this important cooperation. Let me also thank Argentina. And already this morning we mentioned the cooperation for the training of nurses in Guyana. And I also visited Barbados recently and was able to appreciate the importance of the cooperation from the collaborative center, the Malbrand Center, helping Caribbean countries implement the program for antimicrobial resistance. This is yet another very concrete example of cooperation that is ongoing. Many take advantage of the technical excellence that exists already in many countries to support other countries in the region. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Director Barbosa. And just to, in the usual style, to indicate that the discussions will be reflected in the final report. Thank you very much. So I think it's probably a wise thing to take a wellness break for the rest of the afternoon. And so based on consensus at the head table, we are proposing that we break for the evening and pick up tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And I'll outline the agenda up until lunch, which it would be at approximately 12:30. We will deal with items 6.1, 6.2, 6.4, coffee break, then 6.3, 3.5, and 3.6. And then in the afternoon, hopefully we can resume and complete this section. So if that's okay with all, thank you very much for a very productive day, and please have a good evening.